Yeah, I think I started up the roll, I believe. Like, you go check if there's stamina consumption, but obviously I was just too late. Man, this run has been tough, you guys. This is a tough run to do, like, this boss order and stuff. No, what I did there was normal. I just mistimed the roll. That's it. Wasn't anything special about that. Part of the thing there too was that he was blocking the actual projectile, so I couldn't even see it. And I don't know. I just mistimed it. I just messed up. We're doing the same boss order as well. Minus 1 hour. I'm curious what the score is now. It's probably like 4-0. They're probably gonna get shut out. 3-0. Oh my god. And Boston's getting smoked by Columbus as well. I genuinely think Boston, I've been saying it for a while now. I think they're a decent team for sure, but there's no chance they're gonna... I can't see them having as good of a season as last year. Not even close. I just can't see it. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, long term, the more the Suns lose, the better right now. Because they need to make the decision to get rid of the coaching. They have to. And so the sooner that happens, the better. Just gonna bait him up here. Whoops. This is reminding me of the Bolt of Grand Sax run we did. Like, obviously, this is a way harder version. But if you guys remember that last year when we were doing the run request no hit runs and I was doing Bolt of Grand Sax and I just kept getting hit to stuff. It's what it kind of reminds me of, dude. Like, the run seems so cursed when we were doing both the Grand Sax, and this is, like, this seems so cursed, too. Like, just every possible hit I could take, I have taken so far. Almost. I've gotten hit on so many things, man. Sens have guaranteed win on December 7th when they play the Leafs. There's no way, dude. Sens are so bad. No chance. I guess they did pretty well against them last time, but I don't know, man. Sens are just horrible. Leafs are also, like, not really that good, so maybe. I would genuinely, if I was a Leafs fan right now, I would be very panicked. I would say, dude. Like, I don't know. Their top players just seem to not be getting it done at all, and like, they're in their primes right now. Like, this is the time where they should be winning. At least getting a sniff of the Stanley Cup. If that's what their, you know, that's what their aim is, which it obviously is. Like, I would be very concerned. Like, I'm not saying this in a trash talk way or anything. I'm just... Like, I'm saying this as a Sens fan right now the Sens are just fucking horrible. And it feels horrible. But yeah. I don't know, man. Not sure what they need to do. Like, I don't know if it's just the players are just not fully bought into it. I really don't know. Or maybe it's just a case of, you know, the top players you know, like eating too much cap, and so they just can't like fill the spaces around them well enough. Which is similar to what is happening in Edmonton, it feels like, right? I think that's just part of also being a Canadian team. I genuinely think that's a huge part of it. Where you're playing in Canada and you're just making less money if you're playing in Canada. Like, that's it. Most likely, like overall. So, you know, like players want to be earning more, and it's kind of like handcuffs the rest of your team. Like, we've seen time and time again, though, for sure, like Stanley Cup winning teams, their players take discounts on their contracts so that they can build a better team around them. Like, that seems to be just an essential thing, which I don't really like that. I don't think that should have to be the case, but that's kind of how it is. Right? Look at Boston and like Tampa and Colorado, I'm not sure, but well, the Canucks are interesting this year. My prediction is that they're going to drop off pretty significantly. I'm not saying this because I don't like the Canucks or something. I do, but I do feel like they have a better record than the team is probably at this point in time. Like, at least right now, I think it's a bit too early for them. But I mean, who knows, man? I could be totally wrong, and they just keep rolling. And yeah, even I've been watching the last few games too. Like, I mean, losing to San Jose is, I mean, that's not great, dude. But yeah, the last like what, maybe 6 or so games, they have not looked the same as what they looked like at the start. No team will ever get the number of cups that Montreal has. Well, who knows, dude? At this rate, doesn't look like a Canadian team's going to win anytime soon, especially Montreal. And so, who knows, man? Maybe like Avs start winning a bunch, and next thing you know, they got like 20 cups, man. I don't know. I honestly don't know how many cups Montreal has, but I know they have a lot. If the league lasts for long enough, I'm sure eventually. But at the same time, it's also like, it's totally different than what it was when, even the last time they won a cup. But I guess more so in most of their early cups, right? Where there's only, you know, there's literally you know, like a fifth of the teams in the league, as there are now. But at least they've won, like, they were the last Canadian team to win, right? In like 90 what? I don't remember what year that was, but like 93? So at least they're the last Canadian team to win a cup. And that's during an era, like, I don't know how many teams would have been in the league in 93, but it definitely was more than 6, that's for sure. It would have been, you know, in the 20s at that point, right? Or something like it's definitely a decent number. Versus at least the last time Toronto won a cup, which would have been, what year would that have been, dude? 60, 67? I don't know, man. Obviously, the Ottawa Senators have never won a cup. But the last time the Ottawa City won a cup was in like 19... What, like 19... Like early 30s, maybe? Or was it 1920? I don't know, man. At least that's a bit better than... well, that's... Toronto's a bit better than 1920. But it's also totally different back then. Like, I thought there was one... I thought they won one after that, 1923. I thought there was one, like, later, but... Not sure how many more runs we're going to do tonight, you guys. But yeah, like maybe that 1927 one was like disputed or something. I remember hearing a weird story about what happened with that. Just got to get back to that Loretta split, man. Just get back there. Get past Godskin Duo. Get a chance at the run. I honestly would really like to get the run getting this item down here. I'd much prefer that than get the other one. Just because this is the one that he used. So, I mean, maybe I won't actually start getting the other one, dude. Honestly, if I can just get back to Millennia, and even if I get hit, I wouldn't really be upset about that. I do feel pretty confident about Millennia, though. Because once we get past Millennia, then we have a very decent shot at the run. Very decent shot. Barthek, how's it going, dude? It is kind of, you know, it feels a little bad, though, that we decided on, you know, that we didn't decide on the sleep strat earlier, because then, you know, that chance that gods can do, at least I wouldn't have gotten hit there, right? Could have gotten hit on something else, but I wouldn't have gotten hit there. Well, Squilla doesn't really do bingo, though. Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. I meant to... Like, I don't even know what I was doing. I was just going to unequip those cuckeries, but... Yeah, God's Gonna Do is the furthest I've been so far. And I got hit because I wasn't using the sleep strat. Because I kind of wanted to not do it. Since Asmongold didn't. But I've decided I just don't want to deal with the headache there, so... Yeah, furthest Sens have been in, like, modern era is... Conference Final Game 7 double overtime. That's the closest. So they were literally... Well, actually, okay, that's not true. They did make it to the Cup Final where they got smoked. And I'd like to remove that from my memory. They got smoked by Anaheim in 07. But yeah, like recently, though, they... Which I should also remove from my mind, but it's too recent. But yeah, in 2007 against Pittsburgh. Lost in double overtime, Game 7. It's brutal, dude. Honestly, just brutal. And that's such a good run to that point, too. Nobody expected them to make it that far. And that was the playoffs with the legendary JG Pajot 4-goal game against the Rangers. Like, that is a historic game. Good thing he just rolled off like that. That was honestly one of the best, probably the best playoff performance I've ever watched, at least live. Like, that was insane, dude. Just the way it all was, too. He scored 3 goals, gets us to overtime, and then scores the overtime winner for his 4th goal. Just insane, dude. He was so clutch. Come on, man. I just can't believe this guy's doing this every time. Oh boy, I'm probably dead. Oh, what a miracle that he decided to go around. What an idiot. What an absolute moron this guy is, dude. He had a straight shot to me, but he couldn't figure it out. Had hope for the Canadians for a while. Well, when they made the final in, what year was that? 2020? I honestly knew they had no chance at winning. I had no chance. Even though, like, I'm not a big Montreal fan. I'm really not. I actually just don't like them at all. Second least favorite team. But I was still kind of hoping they would win, even with that being said. But I just knew they had no chance. Like, they were not a team that really deserved to make the final, if we're being honest. It's only because of the weird COVID season. But yeah, to be honest to me, like, I'm not really somebody who actually cares that much about a Canadian team winning the cup. I really, like, if a Canadian team wins the cup and it's Toronto, I'm going to be upset no matter what. I like, it doesn't matter to me that much, but yeah, like, I was just hoping for Price to win, really.
Well, there's been a, how can I? Nervous?
Yeah, Jack Hughes is good. The Devils, I don't know what's going on with the Devils this year, if it's just injuries or what, but they haven't been as good as they probably should be. Hopefully this is close enough to the edge. I'm actually not sure. It might not be close enough to the edge here. Nice. Bedard's insane, dude. I honestly did not expect him to be so good so early. But here he is, scoring at a ridiculous pace on an absolutely atrocious team. I actually can't believe how good he is, man. I thought it was at least going to take like a year for him to get up to speed and figure it out, but... Like, we're talking potentially better than... Like, obviously, Crosby brought a lot of other stuff to the table that Bedard probably won't. But, I mean... Like, how many goals did Crosby score in his rookie season? Like, 39 or something like that? But Bedard's on pace for, like, fucking 50, I feel like. I haven't looked, I don't think, but... Also, Crosby's, like, not just a pure goal scorer, though.
And I can also that you're not then why I am Carly.
Imagine Chicago getting that player, too, though. Like, that's such a funny thing, man, about that whole situation. Yeah, that's true. When Crosby started playing, it was a much different time. Like, there's a lot of things that Bedard doesn't have to worry about that Crosby did have to worry about. Yeah, like literally getting his career ended by an open ice hit, and yeah, it's not the same. It's a good thing. Like, it's for sure a good thing, though, I would say. Although, like, I don't know. There's sometimes watching hockey at this point, at least for the Sens, where it's actually kind of frustrating how they don't play more physical. Sometimes. Oh, what the fuck? Guy's a hero, dude. You think you don't think the best players of either time period would succeed? Well, I mean, it's impossible to say, but yeah, like obviously, if you just like time traveled, brought Gretzky to modern day, he would get destroyed. But that doesn't mean he's bad. Like, obviously. But yeah, I mean, if you took the modern players and brought them back, like, as I don't know, it's impossible to say. There's like, it's not even a point in talking about it, really. I mean, just think about how much more optimized things are nowadays, right? Back in the day, people were like smoking between periods. Like, it's just totally not the same at all. And it's you can't compare it. You just can't. Nuke-san, how's it going, dude? Racelin, I don't know if I said thanks for that 15-month resub, though. Thanks so much, dude. But it is funny seeing people online talk about it, though, like saying Gretzky would be shit nowadays or something. Like, I don't even know what the point of trying to talk about that is, man. I think it was, you know, what's probably more something you can compare is the gap between the best player versus the next best player. Because like in the era, because at that point, like that's definitely a much more fair comparison because they're going to have similar access to like training and all this stuff. And yeah, and then if you compare Gretzky in that way, like nobody, I mean that's never going to be matched again for sure. But also another thing to be fair though is when there's less players and when there's less players overall in the sport, which obviously in hockey, when Gretzky was playing, there were just less overall players that were playing hockey. But the less players there are, the easier or the more likely there is to be a big gap, I guess, right? Like if people aren't as interested in it and all this stuff. So like that's another thing to take into consideration. But even if you take that in consideration, there's never like nobody's going to be that much better ever again. Most likely. It'd be very hard to imagine. Like McDavid's obviously insanely good, but... And I would say there is a huge gap, actually. Or there's a fairly sizable gap between like him and McKinnon, who I would say is probably the second best right now. There's a decent gap, but it's not like Gretzky gap. And I guess, I mean, to be fair, Lemieux was insane too, but... No stun? Yeah, I usually don't talk about sports this much, dude, but this is what's happening because I'm having to reset a million times. This is what happens when you become a reset streamer. Please don't. You gotta start talking about stuff that aren't the game. I cannot believe he survived with that cheeky 1 HP. Prefer watching college hockey over NHL? What's the reason for that, Arda? Is the officiating better at the college level? I mean, I'm sure it is. It'd be literally extremely hard to imagine worse than NHL officiating.
You there? Come over here. What you doing? What's it to you? Step back, you wretch.
That's the worst part of the NHL. Okay, we're gonna stop. Let's stop talking about NHL, dude, because I feel like I've been talking about it for the last 6 hours and 48 minutes. We can move on to something else. Such as Marca's tits, dude. Of course. The next logical stop. No way. Okay. Seriously? Hey, golden eyes, dude. Here we go. I forgot how many extra runes you get for that. 335, though. I mean, Not bad. Yeah, before streaming, I was doing programming. Well, actually, I mean that's not really true because I've been streaming for a long time. But before I started full-time streaming, I was doing programming. But yeah, I mean I've been streaming for a long time, dude. It's only fairly recently where I've actually like done it as my like just full-time, I guess. Which is cool, I guess. Melina or Millennia? Dude, Millennia, obviously Melina, dude. Obviously. It's kind of funny though too, right? Because when I decided that I was gonna start full-time streaming back in September last year, I think it was around September, I was making decent money, dude. I was programming and I'd been, you know, programming for a couple of years. Moved up the, you know, kind of like the payroll a little bit over that time. I was making good money and like streaming I wasn't, but I'm like, man, I just don't even care. I was like, I'm just gonna, it's fine. I really don't. I guess it goes to what we were saying earlier. As long as I have enough, it's totally fine. And so that's what I decided. And obviously I didn't expect it to work out like this, where, you know, we'd start uploading YouTube videos and it'd take off like that, but that's what happened. What am I doing here? Did not expect that, but yeah, I was not making a good amount, to be honest. It's very hard. I think it's really hard to... Forgot to split. It's really hard to make enough from only streaming, dude. It's very difficult. And when I say difficult, I don't mean like the work necessarily. That's not what I mean. Is hard to do. I mean it's very hard to get to a point, or it's very unlikely for most people to get to a point where you can actually like make a decent amount streaming. It's a very small percentage of people. So that's what I mean by it's hard to do. Not that it's hard work necessarily, right? But unless you just start simply stealing people's content, recording it on your phone, put some GTA gameplay, post it on TikTok, $500 a day, dude. Simple. I did not know that. But yeah, the thing is, even if things didn't take off and I was just still making like a steady amount as I was when I started full-time streaming, I'd be perfectly fine with that, dude. Nothing would have changed at all for me. Dude, that dude deserved to get cooked in the replies. Like, what an absolute... Like, how... I just... Must be so out of touch to think that that's, you know... To think that you could just post that and not get shit on for it. Maybe I'm the out of touch one, dude, because I didn't even know that that was a thing that people did, so... TikTok is really more than YouTube ad revenue? I have no idea. I don't... I have no idea, man. I don't know if any... I would have to go check the TikToks that have been posted. I don't really go on there. Hunter was posting the shorts that he would make on TikTok. I'm not sure if there's even been any money made over there, dude. Because some of my TikToks, I thought one got like 500k views, but if it's anything like YouTube Shorts, 500k views would amount to like $15 or something. It's not really a good amount, so... You know, when you compare that to long-form videos, it's totally just not even the same ballpark. But... I don't know, man. I don't know if TikTok actually is better for that. You imagine there'll be a huge TikTok crash sometime soon where all the revenue disappears? Why do you think that? Yeah, my YouTube definitely makes more money than Twitch. Yep. Which, I don't really know if you compared the size of my channels relative to, you know, like on Twitch versus YouTube. I don't really know what one would be bigger when you compare it that way. But YouTube just has a lot more people. They have their like ads all figured out compared to Twitch and all this stuff. So, you know, this actually is interesting. I should probably kill the boss before I say this. If I can pay attention. Oh, stamina, dude. Rip poise. Poise is definitely resetting here. Maybe I prevented it. I don't know. Why the fuck would you do that? Oh, he infrared is why. Fucking bastard. Fucking input reader. Please stun. Nice. Yeah, okay, so what I was saying, I was interested in the amount. So, okay, so I've streamed, I was saying yesterday, I checked the hours that I stream for in total. I've streamed for about 8,200 hours, 8,200 hours or so. And so when I was looking at like some of those other stats, I saw my watch time on like Twitch has like, you know, there's like those achievements that they have, I guess. I don't know. But this is just how I saw it. Obviously they have it in the analytics and stuff, but the total number of time watched on my channel on Twitch is I believe it was around 2.2 million hours, which like that's an insane amount of hours, right? But I've also been streaming for 6 years, over 6 years, and I've been streaming for 8,000 hours. So like that's a lot of time. But when it comes to, you know, content creation and stuff, that's actually like not that crazy. And here's the comparison. So to compare, I was like, oh, I wonder what my YouTube watch time is. And and in the last 28 days, it is like I actually don't remember the numbers somehow, dude. Why am I blanking? Fuck, man, I can't remember how many hours it is. Shit, dude. Gotta go check. But either way, no, okay, I think I remember. In the last 28 days on YouTube, 2.8 million watch hours. So that what that essentially means is in the last 28 days, there have been more watch hours on my YouTube channel than in total across my 6.5 years of streaming on Twitch. So yeah, when you're comparing like relative size of my Twitch channel to the YouTube channel, I don't know if like in the percentage of like subscribers or followers or whatever, if it's similar, like percentile, whatever, I have no idea. But I think the main thing is that YouTube has so much more people watching. Like that's the thing. YouTube has so many more people watching that, you know? And it's not just my channel. I'm talking about the platform overall. So, like, if you could somehow compare the number of stream hours watched on any given day compared to YouTube's hours watched on videos, it would be, like, orders of magnitude bigger on YouTube. Like, by just an unbelievable amount of time. Which I've never... Like, it makes sense when you think about it, but I've never really thought about that before. I just haven't really thought about that. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting, and I don't know, just interesting to think about that, man. How in 28 days, like it's more watched hours by a significant amount, by like 800,000 compared to my Twitch channel. Like it's good and bad at the same time. Well, it's good overall, but kind of feels good and bad at the same time because it means my YouTube channel is doing pretty well. But then at the same time, I've been streaming for so long, and it's like, and it's significantly less than that. I don't know, man. That's just how it is, though, I guess, right? Hender, thanks for the brand new sub, dude. I appreciate that. Oh my god, Sense lost 5-0, dude. Jesus, man. I guess it's good I didn't watch that game. Oh man, that's so disappointing. Yeah, I find that very interesting to think about, though. Was my whole point. I'm not trying to like flex or something. I'd actually be curious to look at like I don't know. Yeah, like YouTube streaming. I wonder if more people watch YouTube streaming than Twitch streaming. Oh yeah, Twitch. Yeah, that's actually a great point. Twitch VODs are basically might as well not even be there for you know, at least as far as streaming like viewership is concerned. At least for like most streamers. Like Twitch does not have a good setup for, you know, videos on demand, and just nobody really watches them. The times people watch them is like they miss a stream and they just want to like catch up or whatever. But even that would be a tiny percentage of the viewers on Twitch overall. And so that's another reason why YouTube streaming is better, is because people actually watch. You know, you can change the thumbnail, potentially gets recommended to people, right? I'm sure if people are watching on YouTube, they've seen one of the streams recommended to them. And for example, my fuck. I think I can charge R2 this. The first Bow All Bosses stream that was on YouTube, I think it was that one, has gotten like 400k views, dude. And that's just a past broadcast on a stream. That's it. That's all it is. There is absolutely like zero potential for that on Twitch, right? Zero potential for that. So that's another reason why streaming on YouTube is actually like potentially better, if you're looking at the more analytical side of it. Curtis, thanks so much for the 6-month Prime sub, dude. I don't even know if I'm pretty certain that ads run during VODs when people are watching it, but I don't know if you can see in the Twitch analytics if you actually make money from it, dude. Like, surely there's a way, but I don't think I've ever seen that. If there's a way to check how much ad revenue you get from VODs. But I'm sure for me, like, if that was a thing, I'm sure I've made basically, like, nothing from it. And it's just, yeah, like versus YouTube, where it's basically just normal YouTube video, right? So people watch it. If it hits the algorithm, then people watch it, and then, like, it's just like a normal video, basically.
Maybe.
Yeah, my main point, though, overall, like, obviously Twitch and, like, there's no question that Twitch and YouTube, people go there for different reasons. I do think that eventually Twitch is gonna, you know, keep dying out as other streaming platforms come in. Like, and YouTube's huge for that, right? But my main point was just how unbelievably different the scale of YouTube and Twitch is. And I never really thought about it too much. But yeah, when I saw those numbers, I was like, holy fuck, dude. Like, that's crazy. And imagine the big, really big YouTube channels, right? Like PewDiePie or something. Back when, or I mean, obviously Mr. Beast is like, would be insane, but Chris Dub, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, by the way, dude. Like, imagine Mr. Beast channel. The unbelievable amount of hours that are watched on his channel. Like, it must be just insane. Insane to think about. Because my channel is relatively small, right? Like, things are going really well, 100%. But when you compare it to... I think the same with Twitch as well, right? But yeah, when you compare it to the actual, like, big established YouTubers who have been doing it for years and have blown up and stuff, it's my channel is not big compared to theirs, and so I can't even imagine. First of all, I can't even imagine 2 million watch hours. I just can't imagine it. I can't possibly imagine it. And like, those channels get that in a day easy. Like, very easily, right? Just insane. Insane to think about. Well, yeah, no, well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's totally different. My channel versus Mr. Beast, but I was just using that as an example of a comparison of, like, the biggest YouTube channel, basically, versus, like, I was just saying it to demonstrate that mine is relatively small compared to that. In the same way that my Twitch channel is relatively small compared to, like, Asmongold, right? So I just can't even fathom it, dude. I really can't. No, dude, the thing is, like, no XP, I don't know. I wouldn't change anything, dude. I don't think it's a shame at all. Like, I almost think it's the opposite, dude. I think there's so many channels out there that should be more popular than they are, that do, like, similar stuff to what I do. That, yeah, I think that's, like, more the case. Like, I'm in a insane spot, dude. If somebody told me, like, a year ago that next thing you know, I'm gonna have, like, 250K on YouTube, it'd just be unbelievable to think about. I couldn't even imagine it, dude. Like, that's crazy. Lose a large chunk of the experience when there's 60K people in chat. Oh yeah, it is totally different, but again, yeah, I was just using it as like a comparison, you know. Antichrist and Pumpkin Spice. Thanks for the 100 bits, dude. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, what you guys are saying about, you know, streams being more interesting for a smaller, like, while in a smaller audience and stuff. I feel the same way, but as a streamer, dude, like, if chat was blowing by and I just couldn't read anything, and, like, I just don't think it would be as fun to stream in that environment. I just don't think so, dude. Because then it would almost just feel like more like I'm just here by myself, just, like, playing the game, rather than, like, actual people watching it. Because then we could actually have you know, we wouldn't be able to have a discussion about anything, and then I couldn't communicate at all and stuff like that. It wouldn't be as good, I don't think. Wouldn't be as fun to stream it in that way. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is a pretty good balance at this point for me, where I can still read stuff, but there is still, like, a decent number of people here, obviously, especially with the double chat. But it's, you know, I think if it was a bit more, then maybe it'd be a bit trickier to follow. I think it's a good spot. Expect a surge of new viewers, subscribers when DLC drops. I don't really know, dude. I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends what I do, right? Well, maybe. I don't know. Probably. I do think there will be, just simply because there's going to be way more eyes on the game. And I've been playing the game for a while. And, so, like, probably. Just because there's going to be more people watching in general. $10K plus sub only would be a good way to balance. Yeah, but I would hate to put my chat in sub only, dude. I'd much rather not do that. Soul streamer that sees YouTube chat? I do see YouTube chat, yes. I would feel bad if I was streaming and just like ignoring half the stream. I kind of feel bad, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do sub only, man. Okay, please don't aggro mosquitoes so I can actually fast travel out here. Miles, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Dude, DLC was announced like a year ago, I feel like. That was a while ago when it was announced. Last run I got hit on Red Wolf. The furthest we made it today, I got hit on the running section to Loretta in the snowfield. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, Sanji, right? I mean, I think watching anything and just getting more knowledge on something's going to make you better at it. Yeah, even if you're not playing. February, nobody knows the actual release date yet.
5 to 0 liters Bible.
Shogun, thanks for the 500 bits, dude. Man, suns are sucking as much as I am today, basically. But yeah, people are just speculating that it's going to be late February, early March for the DLC releasing. And a lot of that is based on the like financial report of From Software. I believe. I didn't really look into it myself, but... But yeah, for their like 2023 financial report, they didn't include the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC in it or something like that. And so that's why people have speculated that it's not going to be this year. Fiscal year 2023 ends. Well, you can just set it, right? I mean, I would assume for like taxation reasons. But basically they had their like financial report for like fourth quarter of 2023 and Shadow of the Erdtree wasn't listed in there or something like that, and so that's why people knew it wasn't going to be out before the year end. Oops. Oh yeah, I did see that actually, Visol. Yeah, I did see that, dude. Yeah, somebody had in their LinkedIn, yeah, that they were working on Shadow of the Erdtree. Yeah, I do remember seeing that actually. What are the chances that Shadow of the Erdtree will be poorly received? I think very low. I mean, the way I think about it is that FromSoft has literally never, at least in terms of the Souls games, but even beyond that, FromSoft really hasn't taken an L anywhere. Almost everything they've made has been very well received. And so there's no reason to expect why it wouldn't be good. There's no reason to. In every single one of the Souls games, the DLC is the best content. Every single one. DS2, DS1, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne. Every time, it's been their best content. And like, their base games are already, like, they're already really good, right? So, there's no reason to expect why the DLC would not be good and well received. DS2 Remaster? I would like to see a DS2 Remake. I think that game deserves to... to be remade into what the original vision of Dark Souls 2 was. I actually saw some stuff on it recently. You know, the network test playthrough. I forget what channel I was watching, but basically he was playing through the network test of Dark Souls 2. In the game, there's tons of performance issues, which is presumably the reason why they had to do what they did and kind of trim down the game a lot. But the game looked amazing, man. It looked unbelievable. The lighting was so good. The textures looked significantly better. The game looked amazing, but then, yeah, I guess for performance reasons or whatever it was, maybe having to compensate for not as good hardware at the time or something, they had to make it look like it is now, which doesn't look great. It doesn't look terrible. But, you know, I would say it's for sure below average. Oh, dude, that sucks, Bender. Oh, that's horrible, man. Yeah, that's always on my mind when I'm fighting Yorm. I'm always so scared of that happening. All right, well, we're back at Red Wolf, so let's do it, dude. It's 3. Yeah, I'd love to see a DS2 remake, man. I think that'd be awesome. I think out of all the Souls games and the Souls or Souls-like games or whatever, I think that's the one that deserves a remake by far the most. I think Bloodborne, people want a Bloodborne remake. I don't think that needs a remake at all. I think the game's already in a decent state. Really, the thing that needs to be done is just improve the performance of the game. Maybe adjust some of the controls, such as B-jump, and then that's all it needs, man. It's already good. But Bloodborne in 60 FPS would be game changer. This is exactly the same RNG as the last fight, you guys. And then it changed. That opening, the first 3 attacks he did there was the exact same as last fight. It's kind of funny. Yeah, so that's, in a perfect world, DS2 remake. You know, make the game look better. Maybe make some minor in-game adjustments to the rolling iframe thing, which I've explained so many times I'm not going to do it again. What I think that they should do with that, because I like the base system. I like the idea of it. Especially as like a challenge runner, right? A lot more possibilities, but there should be some adjustments, in my opinion, to make it not as like intrusive to the gameplay, I guess. And then, so yeah, they do that with DS2, and then Bloodborne, you know, I guess PC, of course, but more so just, you know, make the game run better. Make it run better. Make it at least in 60 FPS. And then change some controls, just like in Dark Souls Remastered. And that's perfectly fine. The game already looks fine.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello?
Please. My thanks.
I don't think I would change anything else about DS2 in a remake. And I would be, what I was saying the other day is like if they did remove the agility stat or the controlling iframes mechanic of the game, I would honestly be very upset. And I probably wouldn't even play it.
Maybe.
Also, my chat
maybe
just randomly stopped scrolling.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
West Immizor, thanks for the Brandon Prime sub, dude. Also, Decomposing, thanks for the 9-month resub. Yeah, I'd be upset because first of all, there's a few things. I think when, you know, if a company or studio's remaking a game that, you know, they didn't, like, let's say Bluepoint does it, even though that won't happen, but let's just say that happens with DS2. I think they should really try their best to stay to the original game for the most part. But there should be visual and graphical updates to make it look more modern. And then also, if there's any like glaring issue that the game has, then I think that's a bit more acceptable to be fixed. But yeah, we're not going to have the ADP discussion. I've already explained it so many times. We're not going to do it. But I like the mechanic of it. The bottom line is I like the mechanic of it, but there's some adjustments that would make it much better, I think. That I would personally implement. And I've thought about it a lot. In fact, I think maybe 2 days ago when I went on a big... I literally talked about it for probably about 30 minutes. I kind of want to go and highlight that so that it I guess it would be in a YouTube video, right? Or in a YouTube stream. So hopefully it's still somewhere. But okay, I'll explain the ideas I have. Raise the floor of iframes so that the minimum iframes that are possible are higher. I would probably put it to about 8 in 30 FPS. And, you know, remove agility, make the actual iframes that your character has more visible on the character stat screen. And that's it. That's all I would change, really. And have, like, a good explanation of what it means. That's basically what I would change. That's all I would do. Well, okay, that's not all I would do, I guess. There were some more things that I explained, such as making the actual... Like, so yeah, having the iframes that your character has on a roll in the character screen. And that way, it's not just some, like, random arbitrary number of agility that gives you an iframe, right? Because there has to be iframe cutoff points, I think, with your level of ADP/attunement. But yeah, if you could actually just see the number of iframes, then it wouldn't be some guessing game, and you wouldn't have to search it up. It's like, oh, I mean, right now I have 91 agility, so I went from 90 to 91, yet my iframes are the exact same, but now when I get to 92, they're just all of a sudden better, and once I get to 95 agility, my iframes are still the same at 92, but now that I get to 96, magically I just get another one, right? It's a weird way to do it. So, that's what I would change. Simple. Iframe, or wait, if 8 or 9 iframes is the same as DS1, that's not how it is. No. 13 is the base normal roll in all the other Souls games. 13. So, yeah, it's not 8 or 9. Thirteen's a roll in this game. It's a roll in Dark Souls 3. It's a roll in Dark Souls 1. Standard roll, not a fat roll. And again, we're not going to have this big discussion here.
Not in love with. You're a first.
We're not going to do it. Because I've already argued with too many people about it. And I've already explained what I think they should do. Too many times.
All right then. I could be. Never make good, mate. I'll be seeing you.
And yes, not everybody likes it. And that's totally fine. I honestly really don't give a shit. Because I do like it. And I think the implications that it has on challenge running is really good. And the implications that it has on build variety is also good. But if the floor is lowered, that means it's kind of less of a forced level up. So that's why I think that's how it should be done. Very simple. All right, let's level up. I feel like I normally get to 40 here. Probably didn't pop a soul. When do I normally pop this soul in? Where is it even from? Oh, I don't have enough anyways. I'm sure it's fine. Surely Ronaldo won't survive with 1 HP here. Oh yeah, I'm not mad or anything. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna talk about it more than that because I've already talked about it to such an insane degree that I just, you know, my opinion is on that entire system is way too long to explain to every single person who didn't hear it, right? So yeah, that's kind of why I want to highlight that. You know, we can put it in on the second channel, make a command for it. Like it takes too long to explain everything and my reasoning behind it all. So I'll try to find that and highlight it and put it on the second channel so that people can see it if they want. And it's not trying to convince anybody. It's just my like opinions on it and why I like it and how I would change it, all that stuff. All right, Renala time. Did I don't know if I equipped the gesture. I did. Hello. All right, we got that rare back spawn. Well, it's not even rare, it's just I haven't seen it very much on this run. Oh. With the flesh. You fucking bastard, dude. Fucking moon attack. You know, I've actually noticed something very interesting when I was testing this earlier, which I'll explain in a bit. So those 3 wolves that I just attacked, when they come back in and respawn, they're going to be aggroed regardless of the beast torch. But this one will not. Because I'm not going to attack this one. And so when those wolves come back, like I said, Once they all come back, the 3 will attack me no matter what. But the one right there that I didn't attack will not attack me. Because I was kind of confused the other day on like why the 3 were just attacking me no matter what and only 1 was getting affected by the Beast Torch. But that is the reason why. See, look. So those 3 will attack, but that one won't. That's the one that I didn't attack earlier. So basically, I guess that means these are like the same wolves, right? Pretty interesting. Nice. Oh. Oh, you bastard. Oh, you bastard. I honestly forgot she could do that. I didn't even see her starting up the attack because I wasn't really paying attention.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out
Fuck you,
sea high.
bastard. Shitty boss. Good thing I heard him. I heard him, and that's why I got away. Because I heard him coming in. That's so funny, dude. Asmongold did not do this hit list now. We're just using his first playthrough build. And I would like to do this with a bunch of other, we'll call them like quote-unquote celebrities as well. I think that could be fun. Celebrity build no-hit runs. Because this run's already been super fun, dude. This has already been awesome. That's the best. I think that's the best part of like doing the stuff I do here is like the runs are so much fun to do. And then they also make awesome YouTube videos and stuff, right? It's the best part, man.
I'm angry.
Great. I'm not sure who's next. We might do like a poll on it. Not sure. I'm not gonna be in any rush to do the next one of these though. We're gonna do some run requests, and then after the run request, after a big chunk of them are done, then we'll do another one of these maybe, or go back to master run all great runes. Rando no hit is not really something that's high on my list of things to do. As I've described during this run several times, RNG in a no hit run really annoys me. I don't really like doing that. And obviously, a randomizer is the absolute epitome of randomization, or RNG, right? So is that the right word? I think so. But yeah, what I've been saying, if I'm bored one day and I have somehow nothing to do, which will never happen, but if it does, then my game, okay, then I will, you know, we can do some runs of it or something, but it's probably not something I would do seriously because it's just too much RNG grind, man. Way too much RNG. If it was only boss segments and it was a randomizer, then that would be way more fun because for the most part, you should be able to beat any boss. But it's just the running sections that annoy me a lot. But yeah, I mean, it's great content, right? Like, Aggie's been doing insanely well doing the randomizer no-hit, so. But yeah, what I would be more into doing is item randomizer no-hit, not enemy randomizer, because that that rewards a high level of game knowledge while not having tons of RNG conditions where you just die if it happens. So that is something I would do for sure. I did it in Dark Souls 3. And it was lots of fun. Because yeah, that's just like a pure game knowledge run where you need to be good enough at the bosses to fight them with anything. And you need to know where the item pickups are and how the enemies around it would affect those item pickups, all that good stuff. It's really fun to do a run like that. And like I said, yeah, did it in Dark Souls 3. It was awesome. And sure, there's still RNG on it, but again, it's not RNG to the point where if you get some certain thing, you just can't survive. So I'll probably do that at some point. That sounds like fun. Even though there's no question it's not as impressive as doing, you know, full randomizer no-hit or something. But I also don't really care if my runs are impressive or not. Not why I do it. Yeah, I would be surprised if once we get this run, I would be maybe a little surprised if Asmongold reacts to it. Like maybe he might watch it at some point, but yeah, because the video for this will easily be an hour and a half. So the 4-hour run, right? So probably going to be a pretty long video.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Psychedelica, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. I appreciate that. 10-minute short edit? No, I don't think that would work out so well. I'm not gonna, yeah, I'm not gonna change the content I do so that it's more React friendly. No. I don't think so. No, I'm gonna do everything the same. If he reacts to it, that's great. If he doesn't, that's also totally fine. I don't really care either way.
Please. Oh, thank you. Did I forget? I see you are very to steady such. Please.
I think what's cool is that he even knows who I am. Because he said before, I think. Somebody sent me a clip of... He was reacting to some, like, Elden Ring opinion video or whatever. And he's just out of nowhere brought up my runs. And I thought that was pretty cool. Pretty interesting. It's one of the craziest things about doing this stuff is that people know who I am, man. I remember when I figured out that Lobos knew who I was was like, holy shit, dude. Fucking, how does Lobos know who I am, man? I'm just some idiot doing garbage challenge runs, man. I'm just doing like a bunch of stupid no-hit runs. And the absolute god of challenge runs, Lobos knows who I am. that was pretty funny, dude. It wasn't even that long ago, man. It was like last year, I feel like. I mean, maybe he knew who I was before that, but I have no idea. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, man. Who was I inspired by the most? Well, literally the only reason I'm playing Souls games at this point in time is because of Faraz's, Faraz Khan's no-hit run in DS3. So, for sure by him, and for sure by Squilla as well. Those were the two guys that made me start no-hit runs in the first place. Otz, I mean, I've watched Otz for a while, and I really like him and stuff, but honestly, not really so much. I didn't know about Otz until I had already started streaming and all that stuff. But obviously Otz is like a legendary, you know, content creator and Souls player, dude. But yeah, so those for sure, those two guys were the biggest inspirations for me getting into no-hit runs and all that stuff. And starting streaming. And it's funny, too, because people have compared me to Squilla for so many years, dude. Maybe not so much anymore. But I watched Squilla so much that a lot of his... It's hard to measure exactly how much, but a lot of his kind of, like, mindset for no-hit runs and calmness rubbed off on me. And I don't think... That being said, I don't know if I watch some other more emotional streamer... freak out when they get hit all the time or something like Hob, I guess. I don't know if I would have watched Hob to get into no hit runs. I don't think I would have been more like that, but I don't know. I remember when I got into it, Squilla like, I mean, he still is, but he was just an absolute like monster. The runs he was doing at that time was just so much more ahead of everybody else that I was like, man, that's sick, dude, that he's doing that stuff. SO1, all bosses, no hit in DS3. What seems, maybe it seems like a more trivial run now, since so many people have done it and all that, but it's still legendary, right? It's sort of like what we were talking about earlier with sports and how the players from, decades ago, it's very hard to compare them to now, but it's still insanely impressive what they did. Like someone like Gretzky or whatever. That's kind of how I think about like the old school no-hit runners a little bit, right? Like they got all the stuff started. They found all the original strats. They showed people that it was even possible to do in the first place. And like now people have taken it and gone like crazy with it, right? And maybe I might be part of that, I guess, to a degree, but yeah, Squilla's always been, I've always considered him to be like just like maybe he's not so much into doing it as much anymore as he used to be. But yeah, I've always considered him like one of the best. At least one of the best, if not the best, for a long time. Or greatest, if that means anything. I think probably Hobbs the guy, but Squilla's right there with him. Strength +6. Did I get a +6? Yeah, but again, the entire reason why I'm even playing Souls games right now and streaming and stuff is because of I came across Faraz's no-hit run on YouTube of DS3. I've told the story a number of times, but essentially I quit Dark Souls 3 after my friend convinced me to play it. I got about halfway through or so. Never plan to play it again because I was annoyed by some of the mechanics in the game. But then I stumbled across his no-hit run and I just couldn't believe it, dude. I couldn't believe what he was doing and how quickly he was doing it. And so, yeah, after I saw that, I got back into the game, finished the game, immediately started doing no-hit in DS3 because I was just thinking, like, I wonder how I could do at this. And so, yeah, that's how it all started, dude.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Come on, Noble. Not sure we're getting the stun on this one, you guys. Maybe? Dude, this is actually, like, worst scenario, basically. Why did I do that second attack? Okay, pretty well saved there, though. Pretty well played. We're in a good position. I did want to get that riposte there, but we didn't. I didn't wait long enough for Noble to change the angle. We didn't need it anyways, though. Well, so probably the main thing that bugged me when I played Dark Souls 3 for the first time was... I guess it was more just when, you know, I clear out an area the first time I go through it, and I die. I didn't like having to do all of it over again. That's what I didn't like. And the boss runbacks was also a very, very similar thing, where I clear out an area, and, you know, I spend all this time, I kill every single enemy, I explore everything, and then I die to the boss, and then everyone's just back, and I have to do it all over again. At least that's what I thought, right? And so that's what really turned me off about the game. And you know, I started eventually running through stuff, but I didn't like doing that, man. It didn't seem right. And so yeah, that's eventually what made me quit the game, I think. I struggled on Abyss Watchers for a long time. Like when I honestly got hard stuck on Udex Gundyr. And you know, I spent like a couple hours on him, honestly, and the run back there didn't really annoy me because it was like a very small run back. But the first time I started getting annoyed by that, I think I killed Vort fairly quickly. But on Abyss Watchers, because there's a bunch of enemies on the way, there's the Dark Wraiths, and obviously I didn't know the optimal running path to get back to the boss, right? So I was dealing with all the Dark Wraiths, and I was losing a bunch of health, and having to drink a bunch of heals before getting to the fight, and I just didn't like that. And so yeah. I think, I don't remember exactly where I stopped playing the game on that playthrough, but it was around that area, basically. It was a bit past Abyss Watchers. I did kill them. And I think I killed Wolnir as well, but maybe it was like on the way to Pontiff, where I just eventually quit the game. Not like Pontiff has a horrible run back, though, actually, but yeah, that was probably the most annoying thing for me playing these games for the first time. And honestly, I still don't like it. And that's why I'm happy that they put the Stakes of Marika in this game. I think that's a huge improvement to these games, not having to run back through areas. Because in my opinion, I've talked about it a lot, I just think there's no point having to do that. Of forcing the player to have to run back through an area that they already cleared out. And yeah, that's also a huge part of the reason why I don't really like playing Souls or Souls-like games casually. That's a huge part of that, and that's probably the main reason. It's because I just don't really like having to do that. I'd much rather play these games in a way where I like optimize things and I learn the boss fight in a more efficient way, such as using like a save file or whatever. And yeah, dude. That's why, you know, a lot of people don't really understand when I say I don't like these games casually, and I literally have thousands and thousands of hours in them, but that's kind of how, dude, right? I still really like the games overall. They're amazing. But yeah, that's the reason why I don't really like them casually as much. It should be on time here. This is number 1. This is number 2. I'm just gonna grace out. You fucker. Imagine doing that twice. I wasn't expecting it. Imagine doing that fucking twice, dude. Yeah, we don't really want to be fighting Rykard when he's got the Ranker going. That is a huge part of the reason, Pro League, 100%. I mean, that's probably, yeah, that's the main thing, right? Because DS2 is so much fun for doing challenge runs on that a lot of the things that really, like, casual players really don't like about the game, or just people doing casual runs, I don't really care about as much. And I mean, I've made that very clear. Why I like DS2 more than the other Souls games for the most part, because it's just it's so much fun for challenge running it compared to the other ones. I mean, the other ones are great too. But yeah, DS2 is awesome for it, man. And again, that all comes back to the whole, like, controlling your iframes thing too, right? And I can understand 100% why people don't like it casually. And it makes sense. But for me, it doesn't really matter. Because it's so good on challenge runs, right? So, like, I can 100% accept that. That's the reason why I like DS2 and you know, why it's not the more popular Souls game. Or, like, the least favorite Souls game overall for most people. Number 1. Number 2. Yeah, luckily coming into this fight, I only had like 700 runes or something, so memory of gracing out doesn't matter. Should be number 3. There it is. Do 1 follow-up. There it is. Yeah, so I 100% I understand. I have a pretty different perspective on the Souls games compared to most players. And I acknowledge that. I think that's totally fine. But that's why, you know, that's why I kind of have that, like, internal debate, though, of whether or not I would consider all of the Souls games to be in, like, my top favorite games of all time. And that's why it's a bit tricky for me, because the way that these games are meant to be played, I'm not the biggest fan of, right? But when it comes to doing challenge runs like this, it's basically my favorite thing to do in any game at this point in time, right? So that's why it's kind of tricky a bit. My stamina consumption's a little awkward here. I'm just gonna refill here. So yeah, that's why that's an interesting thing for me to think about. But yeah, my conclusion is that they absolutely are in my top favorite games of all time. I mean, they just have to be. I'd be such an idiot to like put 9K hours in a game series that I don't think is my favorite games to play or whatever. Ultimately, I guess it doesn't really matter how you enjoy the games, just that you enjoy them. Even all that being said, though, my Elden Ring first playthrough, I had such a good experience on it compared to my other Souls game first playthroughs, and I think the Stakes of Marco is a part of that. But also, I think just having my prior game knowledge of the Souls games and applying it to this one made it quite a bit easier, which I liked. I never really got stuck anywhere, and I don't really like getting stuck anywhere usually, at least on a normal playthrough. Okay, let's go to the temple. Yeah, I think part of the thing that was so cool about when Elden Ring got released though was actually just the whole. It was the first time. Well, so I was around during Sekiro. That was 2019. I'd started getting into Souls games by then. Of course, I was streaming. But Sekiro is not a Souls game, and so it was the first time that I was actually involved in the community during the release of a Souls game. And so that was fucking awesome, man. That definitely made it even better. Because Sekiro is a great game, and it was really fun to play and all that stuff, but there's no question. For me, it doesn't do the same thing for me as a Souls game does. And, you know, reading people's messages everywhere, that, you know, exploring all these other areas and crafting the builds that I already had, like, decent knowledge of because Elden Ring's very similar to other Souls games. It was awesome, dude. It was definitely awesome. Hopefully the DLC is just like that again. And the online part of it as well, you know, like so many people online and all this stuff. Sekiro kind of didn't really have that when it came out, right? Because it's not. I think they added all the messages and stuff in an update, right? If I'm remembering properly. But yeah, people discussing, you know, illusory walls and you know, I remember in the early stages, people on Twitter were all talking about like, oh, dude, do illusory walls even exist in this game? Because everyone was too early in the game to have found one in Liurnia or something. That was awesome, dude. Go to +7. But yeah, I assume Dark Souls 3 was kind of similar, but just to a lesser degree, because I'm sure there weren't. I don't know how many copies of Elden Ring they sold in the first month, but I'm sure Dark Souls 3 didn't even come remotely close to that. Tips to beat Sekiro: simply learn and then win. Simple. Yeah, I guess we have been going for 8 hours. I mean, I would like to get somewhere here. The runs today have been a little disappointing. We had one decent run that got ended to just something so, like, it just it didn't feel great. Going into snowfields. And, yeah. Sekiro's easy once you learn the timings. I mean, that could be said about most things, but I would say that's true. Sekiro's interesting because, sure, it's like a pattern recognition game, just like all these other ones are, and, like, you know, a rhythm game, probably more so. Well, definitely more so than Souls games, but what's interesting in Sekiro is kind of what you can do is there's sort of a formula where you could fight a boss. Let's say Sword Saint Ishin, right? Sword Saint Ishin was probably the hardest boss for most people in that game on their first playthroughs. But once you know the right formula to beating him with the right attack pattern, basically, he's so simple, man. Almost to a disappointing degree. And so for example, when I think of phase 3 Ishin, or I guess phase 2 Ishin, but it's like phase 3 overall in the fight, kind of at least what I would do on no hit is you do one attack and then you parry, and then you do one attack and then you parry, and then you do one attack and then you parry, and then you just do that. You just loop it, basically. And so it's not really, you know, sure, there's other positional things, there's other attacks you can do, but that sort of formula can be applied to most bosses in Sekiro, which, you know, I'm not a huge fan of, I guess, right? And Genichiro's the same. If you go watch my, you know, no hit run for the God Run 3 on a boss like Genichiro, you just, and Emma's the same. Just like one hit, parry, one hit, parry, one hit, parry the whole time. So the bosses are really good, but that definitely like detracts from them a little bit, I would say. Whereas Souls bosses, I don't think have that as much, or it's not as simple as that. Yeah, Genny, you attack, walk forward, parry. Attack, walk forward, parry. And then you do that until he does something different. You react to what he does, and then you just get back into it. That's probably like the one thing that I'm not a huge fan of in Sekiro a little bit. I couldn't jump again. I got scared. I didn't actually land up there. I don't think I have anything bad to say about the game other than that, though. And that's not even necessarily something that's that bad. It's just my least favorite thing about the game, probably. Oh, yeah, true. You don't have to play like that. That is definitely true. But I think the fact that it's possible is what I am not the biggest fan of. But again, not really... It's not a big deal to me.
Welcome! The stars have aligned! The fest of... But now...
What class? Yeah, well, you know, it's something that's interesting. I'm not saying this is what you're saying, but a lot of people, I think, a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people think that the classes that they pick in Elden Ring or in Souls games in general are super important. They're really not. You could pick a class on your first playthrough and just choose, you know, 5 minutes in, just completely change your build if you want to, and not, it doesn't really matter what class you have. It's not like an MMO where you pick a class at the start of the game and you're just forced to use that class the entire time. You know, all it affects really is just your starting levels and just your starting gear, but that can be easily fixed. I mean, your starting stats, I guess, are your starting stats, but... But it's really not a big deal. Because people ask me about that all the time. Like, oh man, what class do I pick? Like, it's such a big deal. It's really not that big of a deal. We should get a stun eventually here, I think. There it is. It's because Radan was a negative poise that whole time, but he can't be stunned during that animation, so I just had to attack him once he got out of it to get the stun. Like, he was probably in like negative 50 poise there, so. But yeah, so that with that being said, I don't really have a favorite starting class. I don't think about it like that. Well, although I guess the armor of the class that I like the most is the Confessor, so if I had to pick, I like the Confessor armor. And so that would be it. But I don't actually really have a favorite. I don't really pick favorites very often, I guess, when it comes to Souls games, dude. People ask me my favorite weapon just constantly. I have no idea. I don't have a favorite weapon. I just don't even think about it. Go back and try Redan before the first nerf. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I have barely noticed a difference on him since then. Now, it's been a while since I fought that older patch Redan, but I feel like people make way too big of a deal on how significant that patch was to him. I could be totally wrong, and maybe it was just huge and I'm misremembering or something, but... No, one thing to consider from people's opinions on it. Right, imagine this. You go through your first playthrough, your first encounter with Redan, right? And you get blasted by him like everybody else does. And then it's like, okay, you beat him eventually. And then you move on. You beat the rest of the game, whatever. They patch the game, with the big Redan nerfs. And you go back to him on NG Plus or on a new playthrough. And you fight him again. And then you beat him in a couple tries compared to your, hours of attempts before. And so you're like, man, they made him so much easier. But in reality, like, sure, maybe they did make him a bit easier. But what is more likely to have happened is that you just learned the boss from your first playthrough. And now that you're back on your second playthrough coming back, you already know what to expect. You know the moveset a little bit. And so you just kind of have to, get back into the swing of it. And then you're good to go. Right, so I think that's kind of more the case with those, with that boss. I don't think he was that much harder when the game came out. And that's what I think is probably more so the case. But that being said, I haven't really fought him pre-nerf since he was nerfed or whatever, so I can't remember exactly, but I could definitely be wrong. But in my experience, he seems basically the same. Almost the same. Yeah, so what they did is they reduced the tracking on some of his projectile attacks, which you might have noticed I never got there, and almost 99% of the fights I do, even Master Run fights, NG plus 7, level 1 plus 0, I never get those attacks, because the optimal way to fight him isn't from range. So that's one of those nerfs that is unnoticeable. But what they did is they reduced the size of some of his hitboxes, right? So yeah, I guess it's certainly possible that I'm not remembering correctly, and the way I just fought him right there wouldn't work the same way as the older patch, but I guess the one way to test would be to go check. But what I was describing of, that situation of somebody coming back, I think that's a very plausible explanation for why so many people seem to think that the nerf to him was so huge when I don't think it actually was that huge. Even though what they actually did, they did reduce the size of his hitboxes by 25% or something like that. That's what I remember hearing when the patch happened. But yeah. Exorcist, how's it going, dude? Also, Maya, I appreciate that. Good luck on your finals. Really said that right.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Tasty, thanks for the 2-month resub, dude. But yeah, it would be fun to down patch and go check. When did they make that patch? Does anybody know what version of the game it was on where they did that, or before they did that? Was it 102? 101? I remember it being very early. You can go test it. It's very easy to down patch. Have I ever beaten the 2 Tree Sentinels? Yes. I have indeed. Version 103. So I think the first no-hit run I did was on 102. And I did fight Radan on that run. Within the first few weeks. I don't know. We can go check and get an answer once and for all. I would be curious. If I could just fight him the exact same way I am right now. And just, it would be the same.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut
Exorcist,
ever.
thanks for the brand new sub. I appreciate that. How have the runs been? Not amazing, but not the worst either. We did make it past Moog again, and I got hit on the way to Snowfield by a little shitter militia guy. Yeah, one thing they also did that they reverted, actually, they nerfed his HP. I think they might have nerfed his damage and HP at some point. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I do remember they did something like that and then reverted the changes because they were accidental. So that was another thing that happened. JBs, have a good night, dude. Thanks for the good luck. They've got the double stamina consumption there. Surely it's fine. It is fine. Wait, I don't know what you mean, Little Moo. I don't know what you mean. Oh, turn the chat off. Like to get this run faster, you're saying? Nah, that's fine. Oh, I see. Okay, that's what the lol was. Okay. I've never played League of Legends, and I don't ever plan to. I don't know why I rested here.
For bringing me here, and thus I shall farewell. I shall leave. I wish you luck. You have. I have no.
There's only one. Well, is Overwatch considered a MOBA? I mean, I guess, right? But okay, aside from that, because I did play Overwatch a tiny bit, closer to when it was released. But I've played one MOBA. Probably I played, I think, 3 games of it. I cannot remember what it's called, but my friends convinced me to play it when I was like in middle school or something. And I played 3 games of it with them, and I just never played another one since that. Except for, I guess, if Overwatch counts, I guess. It's sort of different though. I mean a MOBA that's got, you know, the lanes and all that stuff. Overwatch kind of isn't really like that, or I don't think. I wish I remember what the game was called. I don't think it was a very popular game. Because I've never seen anybody play it. And I've never heard about it since that, but... No, it's not Paladins, no. No, it's not Smite either. No, I don't know. I don't know. If somebody said the name, I'd probably remember. But no. No, it's nothing that's been said so far. I have no idea what the name is. I have no idea. I wouldn't even be able to begin to try to remember what it was unless somebody said it. Nope. I don't think it's been said so far. Unless it's just so far out of my memory that somebody has said it and I just don't remember the name at all. Paragon sounds familiar, but no, I don't know. I don't know, man. It sounds familiar, but I don't know if that was what it was. I'd have to search it up. And I also don't really care enough to search it up. I don't know. I remember playing like 2 games of it or 3 games of it, and I just never played it again. Because it was just not that fun, honestly. I don't know how they were playing it. I remember thinking at the time, like, how are these guys liking this game, dude? Like, this is so shitty. Okay, so let's go. Where do we go? Go to Moke? Trying to remember when I actually played it too, because it's really. I'm trying to think of the time frame. Probably, I don't know. When did Paragon come out? I would have to search it up, dude. That's the one that sounds the most familiar. I think it might be that one, dude. Like, I think we might have played it. I might have tried it in like high school, but again, this was literally one night that I played it. 2016. No, that doesn't sound right. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that one. It would have been. I think it would have been earlier than that. I don't know, man. Doesn't matter. But basically, my point is, I'm not a MOBA guy. Is my point. I did play Overwatch when it came out, and it was okay. I played it for a little bit, but. But yeah, I guess Overwatch is not really what I think of when I think of a MOBA, even though like it's. I don't know if people consider it to be a MOBA. I have no idea. It's kind of similar, but not really. How short? How short is short? What does that mean? I thought you were asking how short I was. Like, that's kind of what a question that is. Yeah, Overwatch is an FPS, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Dude, 3 inches sounds pretty average to me, dude. That's not short. Surely. Let's go and pay. I have not tried one of the Stalker games, no. I'm not, as I've explained numerous times before, I'm not somebody who's played a wide variety of games. I'm really not. And it might not be a surprise to anybody, considering I've played Souls games for the past 6 years straight, basically, with almost nothing in between. And the games that I have played in between are ones that I've played for thousands of hours before I started playing Souls games. But... yeah, I'm 8-4 surely, dude. I would love being 8-4. That sounds like a great time. Surely I'll live a long, prosperous life at 8-4. No, I definitely don't think Skyrim's the best Elder Scrolls. I think my personal favorite is Morrowind, and I also think it's hard to compare a little bit because obviously Skyrim has way better graphics and it has it's more up to date. But if you take into consideration the time at which the game came out, I think Morrowind is the best one for what I'm looking for as an RPG with a good story. And all that stuff. But no, I definitely don't think Skyrim. I like, even though I played Skyrim more than Oblivion, I like Oblivion as a game overall more than Skyrim. I would say. But yeah, I've played Skyrim a lot because of the modding mostly. And so I think I have the most amount of time in Skyrim. But I actually haven't... I've played a little bit of Witcher 3. I played Witcher 1 and 2. Or Witcher and Witcher 2. And I liked both of those. But I just... by the time Witcher 3 came around, I was playing Souls games. So I haven't played it. Or I haven't, gone through a significant amount of the game and finished it. Morrowind absolutely has mod support, yeah. I have not played any game in VR. I'm not a big VR guy, dude. I've tried it before, many years ago. I don't need VR, dude. No, we've made it. We've had 2 runs past this point, I think, today, or I don't know, maybe 1. No, the furthest today was on the Loretta split.
I wish to a night luminary. So now.
The reset on the invasions, I'm using the separation thing, whatever it's called. Finger Severer to leave the invasion world, and all you got to do for that quest line is just invade 3 times or win an invasion, and so it's the easiest to just invade 3 times on that NPC. Just leave. What games do I play when I'm not streaming? Elden Ring. But I don't really play too many games when I'm not streaming at this point. It's the same main boss order he took.
You've complained with this a night now. This.
No, if I'm playing this game offline, I'm practicing. That's what I'm doing. Or I'm testing new strats out. Finding strats or setups for skips, as you guys saw if you were watching, it was whenever I did the 14-hour stream a couple days ago, and I was testing a good setup for the skip down to the Great Jar Invaders. I mean, we tested that for at least 2 hours. At least 2 hours. So, testing that sort of stuff, I find it really fun to do, but it takes an absolutely immense amount of time, right? So yeah, that's what I would be doing.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Getting a little tired, dude. Havinator, thanks for the 5-month Prime sub, dude. Welcome back. Streaming a horror game. I don't know if I've ever even played a horror game before. I just don't think they're for me, dude. I like playing games where I have to employ strategy and all this kind of stuff, whereas horror games are more just about the experience of playing it. And so part of the reason I'm not a huge well, that's not the only thing I'm looking for, but at this point it kind of more so is. Surely that throw was fine. Didn't break the pot. I don't know if it matters. I'm scared. Well, I think it's... I don't know, dude. It might even be kind of more the opposite, actually. I'm not the most excitable person, as you guys might have noticed. And so... I don't think I would get into a horror game, you know? I'd just be playing it and just going through it, and I don't know. I just don't know if I'd be able to get super into it. I would consider it for a special event or something, you know? If I was doing some marathon where, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's other games I'd rather play. Tips and tricks for beating Millennia aside from gear. Learn and then win. It's great that I have advice all lined up, because if I had to think every time somebody asked me for advice, then it would be a lot of time consumption and brain power used. Because learn and then win always works. You have to learn, and then once you learn, then you can win. And it's that easy, dude. You just got to do it. And that's not even a joke. That's genuinely not a troll or a meme or a joke. That is my honest recommendation of how to go through these games and figure out the bosses and beat them in an efficient way. Is you figure out their moveset. Don't try to win. That's the main thing, right? You learn and then you win. You don't try to win on your first attempt or your second attempt. You figure out the boss first. And then once you do that, then the win is easy because you figured them out. Genuinely not even a joke. Like that's how I do it when I play these games at this point. I don't try to beat him. I try to learn it, and then after I've learned it well enough, then I can win. Instead of smashing my head against a wall, just trying my best to out DPS a boss and win trades against a boss and all that crazy stuff that, you know, a lot of people tend to do on their first playthroughs, which is, you know, what I did my first playthrough DS3, of course. I just go in and try swinging at the boss and try to win that way. Okay, well, we're back to Moog. But the whole process of playing through these games and learning and fighting the bosses is much more smooth if you learn first and then you win after. And it's way less frustrating too. Because you're not going in and, you know, the boss survives with 1 HP because you got a bad attack and you were trying to greet it or something. Because that doesn't happen because you've learned it first. Oh, this positioning's rough. I missed that headshot.
I can see it.
Nice. Yeah, unfortunately I missed that headshot on the prior to the riposte, which wasn't great. But still, anytime we can get that stun going into phase 2, it really reduces the length of the fight, so. Speedrun a level 713 account. It's funny how you say account like it's a some sort of like mobile game or something. But we were talking about that earlier, about doing a marathon to get a max level character and if it would be something that would be worth doing. And actually fun to do. Yeah, Nihil doesn't count as a hit for this because it's not meant to be avoided. And there's not a way to avoid it other than killing the boss. And with this setup, with no shackle, we can't do it. We could get the shackle, but Asmon didn't use the shackle, so I kind of don't want to. And yeah, so. Yeah, unfortunately, they put it in the game, and yeah, that means that we have to make an exception for no-hit runs, right? Of course, most other runs that you would do, even level 1, okay, I gotta pay attention here, though. Even level 1 no hit in this game, quote unquote level 1 with stat boosting, you are still very easily able to kill Moog before he does the Nihil attack. But yeah, that's like an optimized level 1 build where you're actually at level, you know, 70 or 80 technically. So it's a bit different, but yeah, the trumpet guy dying. Yeah, kind of funny. Well, hopefully we're getting a bit more consistent. This is our second time to the upgrade farming split today. I think it's our second time. And yeah, it'd be really nice if I can start being consistent at this run, dude, because it hasn't been consistent so far. We got hit on Red Wolf today. I got hit on Ronaldo the other day. I got hit on Godric. Like, been hit by a lot of stuff, dude. NG plus 50 marathon would be gone because Twitch deletes bots after 2 months, so that's all gone. And I don't think I highlighted any runs from that. So, because that was before the time I started uploading on YouTube consistently, so I just didn't even really care. Which is unfortunate because I did so many challenge runs during that. You know, I did Fire Giant, every enemy Fire Giant. I did so many different weapon runs. Yeah, 2x speed fat roll. Like, I did so many stupid runs, dude. I forgot about that. 2x speed fat roll. Insane. Insane challenge run. And I remember struggling on Radagon for so long. And Elden Beast. It was just a disaster. Pay attention. This guy, I think I took a bad path last time and this guy jumped out. Because he has sort of a scripted attack he does, so. It looks like we're good this time. It was that guy behind the door.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Lucas, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. I appreciate that. Assassin Gambit is busted. I 100% agree. It's actually crazy that they put something like this in the game. So easily accessible. But what's kind of weird is that there's a spell version that's worse. That's what's kind of weird about it, right? Because you would think a spell, it takes more resources to use. And you need higher stats to use it, whereas in Ash of War, you don't need any stats, right? It's kind of weird that the Ash of War version, it lasts longer, and it has just a better effect because it gives you silencing as well. You wouldn't, like, that's kind of weird. It should probably be the opposite. It should be the Ash of War is the worst version, and the spell is better, but that's not how it is for some reason. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, Golden Vow spell version is better. It lasts way longer. It has a stronger effect. I do think it makes sense that a spell should be the stronger version of something, again, because it just takes more resources to use than an Ash of War. And it's a higher requirement to actually be able to use it. You know, getting enough intelligence or faith or whatever. So it's definitely interesting that Assassin's Gambit is so good. Yeah, I guess Unseen Form's not crazy, but even then, you still need 15 intelligence to use it, right? Whereas Assassin's Gambit, you don't need anything. You just need to have it equipped on something. All right, next stop, Volcano Manor. Commander Standard Ash of War spell version. You know what? I don't think this game needs more buffs in it, so I think it's fine. I think this game needs the opposite of more buffs in it. I think they should have made more buffs exclusive to each other, and you can't stack them. And that probably would balance out the game a little bit better. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, about the Glintblade Ash of War. Yeah, that's true. Although I've never actually used this spell, so I'm not 100% sure. You like buff stacking? I don't mind it to a certain degree. I think it's nice that you can really optimize your builds in that way. But I think it goes too far in this game. I think you can stack way too many buffs, right? And if you don't believe me, just go watch one of the one-shot boss videos, man. Where they're using, you know, poison pots to proc poison on themselves. They're bleeding themselves. They're casting Howl. They're casting Commander Standard. They're proccing Madness on themselves to get the buff from that. Like, it's way... Like, that's crazy, dude. That's insane. You know, you're putting on Oath of Vengeance from Grafted Blade. You're putting on... I don't know what else. Determination. All this crazy... Like, those are... Literally every single buff I just said will stack together. You're putting on Jellyfish Shield. All of those buffs will stack together. Although I guess you can't use Determination with... Oh, no, you can. You can use Determination in Jellyfish Shield, technically. So, I think that's the... Just having the potential of being able to do that is too much. But even then, most people aren't doing that. But even then, I do think that... wow, I didn't have the Beast Torch on. That's kind of... Whoops. I guess it was fine, though. But yeah, being able to stack something like Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength, you know, maybe it's fine, but I think the balancing of something like Flame Grant Me Strength is a little bit off. I like Howl. I like how Howl works because at least there's a huge penalty in using it that discourages you from using it in normal situations, right? You're drawing aggro from more enemies, I guess, sorta. Does that aggro effect, but then also you just take significantly more damage. So I like that, you know, there's a downside, but a buff like Flame Grant Me Strength, in my mind, it should not have been physical damage that it buffs. It should have been only fire damage. That's what I think, because then if you remove Flame Grant Me Strength from a lot of the physical damage builds, then all of a sudden things are a lot more balanced that way. And sure, you could still use Howl. Maybe Howl should be only elemental damage or something like that. I don't know. But I think, if they just kept all the buff stacking the same, but then made the actual buffs less strong by buffing less damage types, then it would be much better. And sure, you can keep all the bleed buffs, you know, the White Mask plus the, you know, Kindred of Rod Exaltation stuff, all that stuff. That's fine. Because most people won't use that because it's such a pain in the ass and it only lasts for 20 seconds. So I think those are balanced in a way where it's actually pretty decently balanced to not be able to exploit it too much. Unless you're one-shotting a boss and going through some crazy buff order or whatever. But yeah, so that's something I would have done though. Flame Grant Me Strength, only fire damage. And, you know, maybe you reduce Howl from doing physical and I don't know. Something like that. And maybe not magic damage, because I think magic damage already gets enough buffs in the game. It doesn't need Howl on top of it. Like, so maybe Howl should have been... I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about this, but... Yeah, something like that I think would be more balanced, and then you wouldn't be able to so easily just stack up so much damage with those buffs. Yeah, Magic having Terra Magica for sure is insane. I don't think it needs anything else. Except just like the physic or whatever, and that's it. I think that would have been perfectly fine. And I think that'd be cool because then Magic would encourage a different play style than incantations would, right? Maybe it's not in the best way or whatever. But yeah, if you know, Terra Magica was more of a staple of Magic builds, then you know, Terra Magica, to get the full effect of it, you're gonna want to just stay in the Terra Magica, right? So then a mage build would become sort of a bit of a different play style compared to incantations, even though maybe it's in a bad way, but I like the idea of that. Okay, down the sewers. Ultimately, though, I don't think it's a big issue. I don't think they should worry about it too much because people on their first playthroughs aren't going to be stacking a bunch of buffs. I didn't use any buffs, really. And, it's more just that I don't like how it balances in no-hit run settings. That's basically it. So it's very... I don't think it's a big issue at all. It's just, I like the no-hit runs more, how they work in DS3 with how that game's balanced. Everyone says how OP the Twin Blades are, and they're insanely strong and all that stuff, but there's no boss in DS3 that you're going into. Except for maybe Crystal Sage or Deacons or something with +9, but you're not going into any boss, stacking a bunch of buffs, and then just blasting them in 2 hits. That doesn't happen. And I much prefer that. Or I much prefer, yeah, not blasting bosses in 2 hits. Which is kind of, you know, to a degree, we do it on this run a little bit. Now, there are still some scripted fights, like Morgott, because we have such high upgrades for him, but... And Goldfree, we also deal a ton of damage and stuff, but... A lot of the bosses aren't just... We don't just go and one-shot them, because we're not really using the most optimal build, in this case. So I do prefer that type of balancing. I prefer, you know, dealing less damage. And then when it comes to actually taking damage from bosses, I would prefer that bosses deal less damage overall, so that just fights last longer. I think I prefer that. And it kind of goes into what I was saying earlier about learning a boss. The longer the fight lasts, and the longer you actually stay in the boss fight, then the more seamless the experience is to learn it. Now, if you're trying to learn a boss like Malekith right now, he does a fuck ton of damage, right? Unless you have a pure tank build, he deals a lot of damage. And so, what? Did I not hit him directly with the sleep pot? Fucking bastard. I guess I did, and he just moved forward and evaded it. Or maybe what happened is I hit him in the claw, and then he went into the snipe animation, which moved him backwards, so he didn't get procced. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Good thing I was sort of paying attention there. What was I also saying? I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, so I prefer surviving in boss fights longer. And yeah, so for Malekith, yeah, he deals a lot of damage. And so since you're dying in fewer hits, and it takes longer to try to learn him, right? And then the learn and then win strategy ends up taking it takes longer that way. So. And some people might prefer this way. Just damage race against bosses, try to kill them before they kill you. Some people might prefer that. I just prefer the opposite. It's not that one way is right or wrong, I think. Although I guess when I think about it from a game design perspective, you probably want people to have to, you know, I would say the whole point of these games, or at least a huge point of it is, you know, sure, there's optimizing your build so that you can beat a boss, but also learning the moveset of a boss to a degree that you can actually beat them. And so, I don't know, I think it probably makes more sense to make bosses deal less damage, but then players also deal less, so that actually happens. I don't know, man. I'm just talking at this point. I'm kind of tired. I don't even know what I'm saying. Yeah, when it comes to Malekith, though, the reason I use him as an example is because I remember watching my brother play through Elden Ring for the first time. And the way he ended up beating Malekith, he was a mage. He used Meteorite. And he literally just like sat there in phase 2 and just grinded the RNG. And just kept coming back in and just trying to DPS the boss down, and then it eventually worked. And that's how he beat it. And so, like, that's not good, right? Because he was doing so much damage, but then he would also get one-shotted. Or he would die in 1 or 2 hits or something. And so, yeah, he would go at the start of Malekith in phase 2 and just sit there with Meteorite channeling it until he won. And then he did win. Wow, I almost whiffed that attack. That's basically the equivalent of the Comet Azure strat on, you know, any boss on the first playthrough. But I do think it is probably not great for the game, or maybe it's fine, but I just think that's not great design right there. I don't think that should be possible in a game that you're trying to, you know, create like tons of these complicated bosses to be learned by the players, and then you just have a build that can just destroy them, and that's not even that optimized either. It's maybe a little far, dude. It kind of all revolves, too. All those, like, meme one-shots with Comet Azure and stuff kind of all revolves around that one physic tier. I forget what it's called. Like, the Cerulean Hidden tier or something. But it kind of all revolves around that physic tier. Well, I don't really care that much that it's possible, but I just think it's kind of counter to what the point of the game is, to a degree. Right? I could just explain it. If they're making these complicated bosses and with a build that isn't that optimized, being able to go in and one-shot these bosses, I think it's kind of not the point of the game. In my opinion. It's not that I'm saying that you shouldn't play the game like that or something. I'm just talking about how they designed the game and how certain builds work and the balancing, really. I think it's a bit off that's something you can do. And I've been saying that since day one, since I saw the first Comet Azure one-shot on a boss. You know, you cast Terror Magic on the ground or whatever. As the boss is walking towards you, Comet Azure with Cerulean Hidden tier, and they're dead. So I like the build variety and all that stuff, but the balancing's a bit off. It's not like I'm angry about it or something that, you know, I'm not angry that people can beat the game that way. I think that's not how I would have done it myself. And I say that the balancing, not the actual gameplay part. Okay, well, in all that talking, we have collected all the shards.
You're surprised no matter. I don't. Oh, don't.
Not sure at what point I'm going to end this run today, guys. I'm kind of getting tired. Not sure if I'll be able to go another hour and a half and try to finish it. More satisfying for some players to come up with a successful one-shot strat. Yeah, that's fair too. I guess what I think in terms of balancing is that it's too accessible. It's too easy to pull off. In some cases with sorcery. Because honestly, yeah, if you go into the Moog boss fight, that's probably the most popular example, but you go into Moog, you place Terra Magica on the ground, pop your Physic, which is the, you know, magic tier plus the hidden Cerulean tier. And that's it. That's the whole setup, and you're going to be able to one-shot him. That's it. You know, with obviously decent intelligence, but it's very simple to do, right? Wise, thanks for the brand new sub, dude. So this isn't some big issue I have with the game or something, but I just prefer balancing the main point. I prefer the games to be balanced around boss fights lasting more time and not being some sort of like DPS race where you're trying to outdamage the boss or whatever, so that you actually have to go through the process of learning them before you can beat them. I do like that. Or in other cases, you know, you just have like a tank build or something, right? And you're all about just surviving as long as possible and you can outlast the boss or whatever. Like that's okay too, I guess. Sort of similar to the one-shot strategy, but just in another way.
Those of a chat fine and well.
There it is. Gargoyle Halberd plus 23. Mid-roll makes quite a few bosses a bit trickier, just because I'm not used to it, really. It doesn't actually directly make it that much harder, but I'm just not used to it, and I'm so used to fast rolling, so... in some cases, it does make it harder, but... why do I feel like I have an extra level here? I'm not sure. Surely I didn't forget anything. Yeah, Millennia mid-roll is definitely trickier because the positioning is much more precise. You can't just sit directly in front of her and then when she does a double slash, just roll out of it like fast roll can. Yeah, maybe we got GoldenEye somewhere or something. Yeah, Suns seemed like they got blasted. Happy I didn't watch it, because I would not have enjoyed watching a shutout. The Suns got to do something. I mean, the thing that's tricky for sure is that, you know, there's not... It's an interim GM right now, right? And it's hard to say who the GM's going to be in the next 2 months, if it's going to be Steo still, or if they're going to actually like hire somebody. I don't know, man. So, you know, if you hire a new coach right now, which I think is absolutely necessary, but it makes it more complicated because a new GM could come in and just not like the coach that's in here and want to put their own coach in. So yeah, that's what's tricky about it. But I mean, it's not anything crazy for a coach to coach for only a couple games and then be swapped out. Not too uncommon. I should not have done that attack right there. Huge damage, dude. I don't know, Wise. I mean, I don't think about that stuff, dude. So I genuinely don't care, and I don't think it really matters either. Like that discussion of who's the best at a PvE game. I don't like. I don't think it really matters. You know, if you're talking about some like competition, like bingo, then maybe that's more of a discussion because that's a competitive setting. But when it comes to just playing the game, like, I don't know, dude. Insane likes, like, surely won't happen in the middle of this Morgoth fight. Pretty wild to think that this is the exact setup that Asmongold had in his first playthrough against Morgoth, dude. I do believe he first tried him, which is understandable considering this insane damage, but yeah, that's wild, man. How much damage it is. To be fair, though, a lot of the time he didn't end up using all of his buffs. He kind of just like forgot a bunch of times or just didn't care to use it. So, but this is exactly his build. It's just, yeah, he didn't use the buffs every time, so that's why our damage there would have looked a bit higher, probably than he just did. I do think he first tried this boss, though. Like, he first tried a lot of the bosses after this point. Once his build was completed. Over-leveled after every fight. Yeah, I mean... Kinda, dude. I think it's, to be fair though, in Elden Ring, it's so easy to get over-leveled, right? There's so many bosses that you could fight, and it's such a big game that if you're doing all the content available, or even just a decent portion of it, you're going to be an insanely high level. You're probably going to be very high upgraded for the point in the game that you're at. Yeah, for him, he went through Moog, right? Moog is an end game area, and so he got the ancient dragon stone or whatever it's called, and so yeah, he had a plus 10, and then he also had a plus 23 because he probably, I think he must have gotten some of the 8s, smithing 8s from Mogwin too, so. It's also not like he was really under-leveled for Moog, I don't think. Because he had a plus 10. Not sure what actual level he was, but honestly, in these games, for the most part, your weapon upgrade determines a lot more than your soul level. Or rune level. It does depend what you're putting your stats into, but if you're going basically just health and then that's it, and then getting a bit of damage after you get to, you know, 60 or so vigor, then your level doesn't matter at that point. You're just going to be dealing more damage, which doesn't even really matter. Well, it matters, I guess, but vigor is the most important thing. And then upgrade level for dealing damage, and then stats after that. Asmongold was doing 1900 jump attacks. How much was I doing right there? I didn't really look. Yeah, 2100. So that's basically just the difference between Bragart's Aurora. And I don't know if he would have used Golden Vow in what you're talking about, but yeah, these are both buffs he had access to. He didn't really use it that much. I don't know if I saw him use Bragart's Aurora a single time. And I only skimmed through his streams of his first playthrough, but I don't know if I saw him use it a single time. It's not like that's an issue, though, or anything. I think it's probably good that he didn't use it, because then his build would have looked even more broken on his first playthrough, so... Yeah, we haven't killed Niall yet. We're about to go there. Only thing you hate about Godskin Duo is the arena. I completely disagree. I think I don't want to get into it. The fight is horrible. It's really atrocious, and FromSoft does not have a good track record of duo bosses. They really don't. I would say they've made probably about 3 respectable duo bosses in total. One of which is, I would say, God tier. The rest of them, just throw them in the trash bag, dude, honestly. Let's hear them. Obviously, first is Demon Princes. I would say beyond that, Duo Ape and Sekiro, although not a Souls game, but I'd say they're respectable. I would say... I'd say Dark Lurker. I think in my tier list I put Dark Lurker at a B, and I think that's respectable. I don't know who else, though. Who else? I'd have to go look at my tier list to see what other bosses I put at B or above. That's a duo fight, but those are kind of the only ones I can think of right now. Yep, that's all I can think of. Simone Ornstein is trash bag tier. Oh yeah, DS1 Gargoyles I did put, I would say is fairly respectable. Although that being said, I probably still put him as a C tier. But maybe not. Maybe I put him as B. I can't remember. Crucible, D tier. I think I put him in. Not a good boss fight. And for me, the dual bosses... I'm not as into how, you know, epic a boss looks and all this stuff, for the most part. And Simone Ornstein, or Ornstein Smo, they look awesome. Their design is really cool. In terms of characters, but... And visuals and all that stuff, but beyond that, man, it's a horrible fight. It really is. The glitches, the poor balancing on just 2 enemies wailing on you in a boss arena. All that being said, I think it's better balanced than Godskin Duo is. I put Godskin Duo as F tier, but it's still not good, man. That's my fundamental problem with almost every duo boss that FromSoft has made, is that it basically, they put 2 enemies in a boss arena, especially in this game. They put 2 enemies in a boss arena, or more, and that's it. and that's it, you know? If you've noticed, I guess with the exception of Dark Lurker, because I think Dark Lurker is the one exception where that's a boss where it's kind of just 2 enemies attacking you, but the way their moveset actually works together, I kind of like it. And I think it's decently balanced. I don't think it doesn't blow me away or anything crazy. I put it as a B tier, which is just above average. But I think it's decent. It works pretty well. And yeah, free to phase 2 is fine too. I agree with that. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of just putting 2 enemies in boss arena and calling it a boss, right? In my opinion, there needs to be some sort of mechanic. These games are not meant to they're not meant for dealing with multiple enemies at a time. You're just not able to do it because you have one roll and you have a set amount of iframes. And if there's 2 attacks happening at the same time to your character, you get frame trapped, right? And so in my opinion, there needs to be a mechanic in the boss fight that allows you to isolate them somehow. And if there's not, then I probably won't think it's as good unless it just works out properly. And again, I think Dark Lurker is the best example of that in my opinion. I don't think they did it on purpose. I always say Dark Lurker, they got lucky with them. Because I would say that the moveset works decently well together. It's not amazing, but it's decent. Aikido Man, thanks for the 3-month resub, dude. So yeah, so I think there needs to be a mechanic, and Demon Princes is the perfect example of that with the embered states that they have, and that allows you to isolate them, and the game does the work for you. And yeah, it's a perfectly balanced duo fight. Not to mention it's like just so cool. Moveset's really good, and you have the awesome face too. But that's why it's my #1 ranked boss for me personally in all of Souls games. But yeah, even looking at at a boss like Duo Ape, because probably a lot of people wouldn't even think about that boss as being up there as a good duo boss. But for me, it has that mechanic that I need to be able to isolate them. And the way it works, for people who don't know, I'm sure a lot of people don't actually, is that Duo Ape and Sekiro, the white ape or the big ape, whatever, will do an attack. He controls how the fight goes. He will do an attack. The brown ape will do an attack that corresponds to whatever attack the white ape did. Every single time. 100% consistent. So, for example, let's say the ape does the big slam. This is just an example. I can't really remember what the attacks are, to be honest, but let's say the white ape does the big slam, and then brown ape will do the, dashing attack. For just as an example. And that will happen 100% of the time, every time. And then, another example, ape does the slash attack, and then brown ape will do the big slam. Just an example. That will happen every time. And so the way you control that fight, and the way you get your one-on-ones is by, you bait out a white ape attack. Once that attack happens, you know the corresponding attack that the brown ape will do every time. And then you can play around that. Right? So I don't think it's not, I don't think I put it as an A tier boss or anything like that. But that has the mechanic that I think is necessary for a duo fight to work in one of these types of games. Fuck you. How did you fucking aggro, bro? And then when you start thinking about it, most FromSoft duo bosses do not have anything like that. Especially in this game, right? You think of the Crystallians, you think of Godskin Duo, and what they did instead is they realized after the game released that it was way too imbalanced with a lot of the duo fights. And so they gave them AI to make it so that they would be basically completely passive when one of the other enemies in the multi-enemy fight is attacking you. And that feels horrible, dude. Like, what's even the point of making a duo boss if that's how it's going to work? Oh my god, I thought he started attacking me right there. What's even the point? There's no point. You might as well just make what the Godskin snail fight is. And I think that's a really fun fight. You might as well just do it that way, is what my opinion is. And so yeah, like that's the problem I have. And that's why I say they have a bad track record with multi-enemy boss fights, dude. They've made some really good ones, but most of them are just garbage. So yeah, that's my opinion on it, at least. Some people might disagree. Some people might like having to kite bosses around and waiting for one sliver of an opening or something. I just don't. I don't think that's very good design. But it's just my opinion, of course. And of course, everyone talks about ONS being such an iconic boss and all that stuff, which is true. I mean, it's absolutely true. But they have those issues that I was describing. And I don't think their moveset works together okay. Probably better than some of the other duo bosses. But For me, what really makes that boss absolute trash is the glitches in the fight. But even if you remove the glitches, they wouldn't be above a C tier boss for me at all. Like, they would be a below average boss for me. Because they're missing the proper balance, and they're missing the mechanic that allows you to isolate the enemies. And so what you end up having to do is just kite them around. You know, try to poke yourself in and bait out attacks so that you can find an opening to actually attack the boss. Why would you not follow up, you bastard? Oh, what a massive hit that was, dude. Jesus. That insane headshot. That was a gigantic hit. I think Ruin Sentinels are okay. I think they're okay. I like the idea of having the arena separated into like the 2 tiers, and then you can, you know, fight the one on its own. At the end of the day, though, it doesn't do it for me. I like the enemies on their own and stuff, but yeah. And another thing, when I think about how much I like bosses, if a boss is annoying, that is probably the biggest deal breaker for me. And and so, what's an example? I mean, I don't know. There's several examples of where I don't even think a boss is maybe that poorly designed or something, but it's just such an annoying boss to me that I hate it. Well, Gideon's a horrible boss no matter how you look at it, honestly. I think I put Gideon as the lowest ranking boss in my tier list in all of Souls games, and including Sekiro. I think he was my lowest ranked. And part of that decision was because they made him as a mandatory boss. That is a decent chunk of why I have him so bad. He's an atrocious boss as it is, but there's absolutely no reason why that needs to be a main boss fight. No reason. And so that puts it even lower. And yeah, like I just hate him, dude. He's horrible. Horrible design. It could have been something so cool, yet it's not. Oh yeah, lower than DS2 Gang Squad for sure. I do think I put Gang Squad as F tier though still, but genuinely, I think Gang Squad's a more fair fight than Gideon. Well, it depends how you look at it, but Gang Squad, if you're using ranged, it's a very simple fight. It is very simple if you're using ranged. If you're not, it's a pain in the ass and all that stuff, but I think it's... I don't know. It's hard for me to say, but I put Gideon lower. Demon of Hatred, I think I probably put as a B tier or A tier. Probably like a B plus, maybe. Or maybe I didn't even do Sekiro bosses, now that I'm thinking about it. In the last tier list I did. I can't remember. I might have just skipped those bosses. But yeah, I like Demon of Hatred, but... Yeah, no, I think he's good. I might have put him like an A minus or something. If I did put him in there. I do think he's a bit of a weird Sekiro boss, though. which has been said a million times, but yeah, you know what? Abyss Watchers is also that's a fair point actually. I think I put Abyss Watchers as a B tier boss. I really don't like the phase 1. But again, at least there's something there that makes it a bit more tolerable, but even still, I think it's pretty poorly designed. The phase 2 carries it really hard. If Abyss Watchers was only the phase 1, I would despise that fight. Put it as like a solo, dude. Be incredibly low ranked for me. But the phase 2 is pretty fun, so it's not so bad. I don't like that that happened right there. Definitely much easier to just sleep Fire Giant when you're trying to do a strat like this. Okay, your foot is in the fucking sky. It's a big fucking rock in front of me. I really... Dude, if his poise reset, I'm gonna be so upset, dude. Oh my god, you are such a fucker, man. That's fucked up. First time we haven't scripted Fire Giant phase 2. Because he just gives us atrocious RNG. Imagine being Fire Giant, dude. Imagine being such a big idiot. I'm not too upset he did Fire Breath, though. If this is the run, that's where Hunter inserts a clip of my fist-only Fire Giant kill. And what the fuck happens on that attack. If you just stay in there. Marku, thanks for the 100 bits, by the way, dude. I've kept up on the NHL, yeah. Suns got smoked, of course, which is not a surprise to anybody. Or it shouldn't be, at least. Let's see if we can run it back here. I hit his arm. Okay. Should be scripted here. Yet I'm an idiot. Oh, dude. I don't know why I delayed, man. That was purely my fault. That was really dumb. Now, you can go underneath on that attack, but I just don't trust it, man. I just don't. Yeah, that was my fault right there for sure. I don't know why I just delayed my jump attack there. He would have stunned on the next hit, but I was just trying to like min-max my stamina regen or something. Something stupid, which I don't even have to do. Oh, I can hit him in the head with this. Interesting. Oh, I hit. Blasted.
Maybe,
Oh, rare
maybe
Fire Giant phase 2 with this
I'll
build.
give you the best nut ever.
Go get it. Asmon wish
But yeah,
you
purely my fault in the second one. Soulsmate, thanks for the 6-month Prime so, dude. All right, dude. We're almost back to where we were earlier today. Nearly. Seen how good of a start Vancouver's had this year? I have, but I don't believe in it, dude. I don't believe it. I don't believe in it. No, I think they're a decent team, a decent up-and-coming team and stuff, but, you know, a lot of their underlying numbers haven't actually been that good. And, you know, their shooting percentages has been crazy. It's toned down the last couple of games, which is, you know, the games they've been losing. Because now they've lost, like, I think 4 to the last 6, even against not really great teams. Yeah, I've been watching them. I like Vancouver and stuff, but I don't believe in how good their start has been, honestly. I think they're a worse team than their record right now. At least this year. But hopefully I'm wrong, I guess. Hopefully I'm wrong. All right, dude. So let's go get the things here. We're going to be doing the new strat. Yeah, I don't mind Seattle, but, you know, another expansion team, I want them to do well, but not that well, you know? I don't want them to do that well, because it's not fair if they do too well. I don't like it, dude.
Please, no.
Yeah, it was cool seeing them beat the Avs in the playoffs last year. Like, I was rooting for them. Not that I don't like the Avs, but I always like to see a new team winning the cup. Although, to be honest, would I rather seen the Avs or the Knights win the cup? I don't know. I really don't care that much. But yeah, from a business perspective, you know, Vegas makes a lot of sense how they did the expansion and stuff, but it's annoying being a fan of a team who really has not had any success. Well, any meaningful success, and watching a team come in the league and win the cup, make the cup final first year, like, it's just, that's crazy. Well, it's not, yeah, it doesn't feel right as a fan of the NHL, but just think about, if you think about the business side of it, it is the thing that absolutely makes the most sense. You want a team with a new city coming into the league. You can't have a team being as bad as the Sens were when they were introduced in the league, right? You can't have a team winning like 10 games in their first season because nobody's going to watch it, and then you're going to be losing out on money, right? So you have to have a good balance. I think Seattle is in a more reasonable spot. Hopefully that throw is good enough. New strat here. Gonna throw that back there. Good. All right, there we go. So next, this section, which is also new, how we're doing this. I've been saying for a while that I need to reroute how I do this section, because the way I do it is how I've been doing it since my first All Remembers is no hit run. Toad, thanks for the good luck, dude. Start east. Hit the wall, and then we head north. Gonna get the beast torch out just in case. I don't think there's any enemies along this route. We see the guys. Northwest. Much faster way of doing this as well than what I did before. It's basically the arm line. Yeah, it's a good line. I mean, it's basically taking the main pathway through that area. Like the intended pathway, so. We got the beast torch out. Assassin's Gambit. I'm not going to be able to end this run tonight, you guys. Like, we're going to have to... What I mean by that is, like, we're going to have to finish it if we're at this point. There's not really too much left. Probably a good 50 minutes left on this run, so it'd be kind of weird to end right now and then come back when there's not that much time left. Even if I'm kind of tired right now. Either we get hit or we get the run. Therefore, 50-50 chance of getting it, surely. Yeah, if we don't get this run right now, like, hopefully we can keep getting more consistent at getting to this point in it. Which I should be. I mean, this is our second time today getting to this area, so... It's a decent sign. Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a run where I haven't gotten it yet, obviously, but I need to improve more, or I've had to improve in order to get it, which is great. Like it's a good feeling doing runs like that, and you know, it can be fun to get runs on the first try too, when I just do, you know, normal 80% or whatever, but I'll just use Golden Halberd, I guess, here. Yeah, it's more fun to challenge yourself, I feel like, dude. And even though this is a meme run, it is a meme run, and we're doing some weird route, it's still, like, challenging. For sure. I've been comparing this to a level 1, all Great Runes run, and I would say this run is harder than level 1, for sure. In almost every way. Jesus, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. And sure, I've made a bunch of mistakes, but that's the getting better part, I guess, right? That I have to eliminate. And now, you know, we get hit on an earlier run today, and then I completely reroute the area, and now it's just significantly better, right? That's kind of what it's all about. Well, this isn't the ultimate challenge or anything. This isn't, you know, when I say it's a challenge, it's not like it's the hardest run I'm ever going to do or have ever done or something, but like it's a small step up. Yeah, I would get, I don't know. I was thinking about getting the Great Bow on this run, but I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if I'd use it in enough spots for it to be
Maybe
worth getting.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
Baffy, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. What would the floor's lava run entail? What does that mean? How's it going, Ozzy? Was that just a bubble? Anyone see that? Oh, like a mod that literally changes the entire map to lava? I mean, simply just sacrifice torrent, right? Round them up. Get over there, zombies. Flower zombies. You're such a fucker, dude. Oh my god, man. That is the perfect demonstration of why this boss is not as good as it could be. And same with the ghost version. It's just like, why, like, could you do that? It's so dumb, man. That's why, remember when I was talking about that mod that I need to make where every time Loretta and Gideon cast Glint Blades, it's just my voice saying, Glint Blades, Glint Blades, Glint Blades. Just every time. We needed that right there, dude. Glint Blades, Glint Blades, Glint Blades. Especially Gideon. That would be great on him, dude. Because he loves to just chain cast it. But yeah, Loretta's one of those fights where it's so awkward with the mid rolls on it. It makes a huge difference, right? Because I can't roll to the kind of the line spot on the boss where you don't get those follow-ups and you get free punishes. And so that, you know, since we're not rolling far enough, we're baiting out more parts of the combos, which a lot of the combos lead into Glint Blades, right? So that's part of the reason why we get so many. But yeah, fast roll, I didn't realize how huge fast roll is on that fight until doing this run. Craftable item. Well, I've done consumable only and consumable only no hit, but yeah, that's not craftables only, but close enough. Close enough where I don't really feel the need to do a craftable only. Oh, yeah, that guy normally aggro's there. I think he does have a crossbow or something, so you got to be quick. But he's never really caused me any issues, though. I normally wouldn't do this, but I noticed that guy really close to here. I think that was the right play. That guy probably would have aggroed. Or maybe he doesn't, and I just have never actually looked at him, but he looked really close there, man, to the spot where I got to get off. It turned out fine. Let's go on Sam. No, throwing knives don't make as much noise as kukris do. Consider the fact that my beard is bushier than Bushy's. I guess I haven't considered that. What's up, Cameron? How's it going, dude? Plus 25. And then we also need to go get the Erd Tree +1 talisman. Erd Tree whatever. Erd Tree something. Kukri is from the Weeping Peninsula Merchant. The one that's closer to the castle. the Knights Cavalry guy. One next to the Knights Cavalry. I don't know how I had such a hard time describing that. Time for some theft. Yeah, get wrecked, dude. Get your shit stolen. Mess that up a little bit. Jesus, dude. Come on, input read it. Not the most stellar phase 1 I've ever seen. That was not a good fight, dude. That was really not good.
True Lord.
We're gonna sleep Goskin duo, I think. Probably. That was a very rough fight right there.
My brother.
Yeah, luckily when she did that phase 1 waterfowl where I basically my positioning was terrible and I got too far away. Luckily, I saw it in time and I made the correct decision to run away because I was just too far to try to like do circling. But yeah, that was not well played, dude. What's our strength at right now? 24. Definitely not my best Millennia fight. Yeah, I just had some bad spacing in phase 1 and like
Very well, let my hand.
I don't know. Phase 2 was a bit better, I guess. I'm a little concerned because it has been a while since we've actually gone through the late game on this run. So hopefully I don't misremember anything. We do the bird skip. Guess we'll worry about that once we get there. The Gideon strat, we use a Frenzy Flamestone. It's the only way we have enough damage to script him. But it is a very precise strat, actually. Like, the timing's very important. And you only got one shot to do it, so... Apparently, bird skip is dependent on stable frames. I have no idea. I've never had any issues with it, so... Like, what happens if you don't have stable frames? Like, I don't... I honestly, I don't believe that, but I don't know for sure. Doesn't sound like that would be the case, but... What I've found for bird skip to really make a difference is having a specific setup for getting on the ledge. And that way, you know, I always get the hard landing on the ledge or whatever. And so, because what can happen if you don't have a good setup for it, you can kind of land on a spot that makes it very slippery. And if you stop moving, then you slip off. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, my game doesn't lag that much, so I you know, I have a pretty stable frame rate when I'm playing this game. It might just be I've never noticed it, but everything there seemed pretty consistent in the times I've done it. But yeah, it's certainly possible. I just haven't noticed anything like that, and I kind of doubt it, but... Now, I only have 4 sleep pots right now, but that should be fine. Cosmetic physic flask. Man, that's so much damage, dude. How's it going, Graham? Yeah, no skip that time. It just doing the sleep strat is definitely the safer play than doing the skip. And then also, you know, and obviously initially we were not sleeping that fight, but it's such an absolute garbage fight that I don't really feel bad sleeping him on this run, dude. We sleep him on every other run, but we've decided to go with the sleep. I haven't done a Moog cosplay, but there is a Moog spear I think it's an all remembrances no hit run request. That is probably going to be the next thing I do, actually. Or we might do a quick any percent or two run request, but yeah, that's the next like main run I want to do out of the run requests. It's a really cool run, actually, dude. And that's the run that we figured out the Esger strat for. So we're definitely going to be using that. Yeah, the absolute 5-head strat, dude. Get the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. Just bring him to the center. Ooh. Not my best roll right there. Decent. I don't know if that roll on the first projectile was bad or if it just looked weird because we didn't fast roll or something. It did look a little early. Mid roll on this boss fight isn't really too bad. It basically doesn't make a difference. All right, so we are going to pick up a Frenzy Flame Stone. Yeah, the roll is definitely a little early, dude. It's a little bit early. Frenzy Flamestone. And I did remember the Exalted Flesh. So, if I'm remembering correctly, the timing was... It was, we do a jumping R2 using the Okay, I need to think about this. Can't remember exactly what the strat was, actually. No, I think it was jumping R2 with the Gargoyle Halberd into... So when he says us is when I do the first jumping R2. He turns around, he starts casting the debuff. I wait a little bit, and then I do the next attack, and then he gets Madness procced, and then we do the next jump L1. I believe. I believe that's correct. I'm gonna wait for nighttime just to like make sure I don't get aggro here. This is sort of a new strat for this run. I didn't know that you could pick up... Like, I found a little jump that we can do to the Madness Stone. Okay, where should I cast? I'm gonna cast here. That should be enough duration. But these guys have insane fucking aggro range, so... Like, these archers will blast you from across the map. It's not like you can outrun their arrows either. This is the routing I was taking, I believe. Generally, when I use the Madness Stone on these runs, I go from generally I go from the avatar because a lot of the builds that I've done no hit runs with, you would just kill that avatar for some elemental physic tier. And so that would be the faster way to go. But in this case, we don't go there, so let's level up. So yeah, I believe that's the right strat. We only have one shot at this. If I mess it up, then we're fucked. So I think it's... Yeah, I think it's jump R2. He turns around, jump L1, madness proc, into another jump L1, which kills. I believe. Lake of Rot if I fail? No, I'll probably just fight him and then probably die.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity. I know
Goodbye, idiot.
in my bones.
Strat works beautifully.
Cannot become a lord.
Yeah, it's such a nice strat, dude, because there's a lot of builds, such as this one, that they just don't have enough damage to script Gideon.
Cannot kill.
And so you need, you know, a little bit of an extra boost in damage, but then you also, doing this madness strat, you get a full extra hit in, right? Because you get stunned by the madness proc. And so it deals a chunk of damage while also giving you another free hit to take. So. Okay, Horlu. Oh, we usually scripted him, I believe, in phase 2. Yeah, we do that jump L1 into another jump L1, and generally it stuns him. But if it doesn't, then we just gotta wing it a bit. I don't know if I ever, like, really practiced this fight with this build in phase 2. Yeah, the Asmongold Gideon strat, dude. Surely he used that. No, we're staying like pretty close to accurate to his build. I'm trying to, you know, there's some cases where we need to do things to make fights consistent and not RNG based. So yeah, I mean, I definitely alter some stuff. Missed a hit there. Get blasted.
Tarnished. Thy strength.
All right, now there is one more stop on this run before the final boss. One more stop. And it is Asmongold swapped to the Tree Sentinel helmet for Elden Beast. So we are going to go get that. Unfortunately, he got it, but, you know, it's not a bad choice. Considering, you know, it's decent against holy damage, all this good stuff, but... We're trying to stay pretty accurate to his build. He went and got it, so we're going to go get it as well. It's kind of, you know, it's it's not ideal to do at the end of a no-hit run, but I'm trying to be accurate. Yeah, for all these runs that we're eventually going to do, I think, like I've been saying the whole time, I'm gonna on certain fights, I'm gonna adjust the build to make the fight more consistent, right? I don't want there to be RNG on stuff, just unnecessary RNG. So if there's changes that I need to make, slight adjustments that I need to make in order to get the run to be consistent, then I'm just gonna do it, right? And Gideon is an example of that. He's an atrocious fight when you can't script him. It's not like it's impossible, but we're staying like mostly accurate to his build, like 99.5% accurate. For the boss fights it is. That's the main thing. How's it going, Flippy? I need some more water, you guys, but this run's almost done, so... Yeah, we also are not doing the exact same level ups that he did, because he got to a much higher level than we are here. Well, at least I think he did. We're a pretty high level here, though. To be fair. Yeah, since he was doing a normal playthrough, right, he got a bunch of extra runes from killing side bosses and killing enemies, all that stuff. So he did reach, you know, he did reach 99 strength like we did. But he also had a bunch of other stats as well, like vigor and all that stuff. Yeah, I figured it would just be like kind of unreasonable to follow the exact soul level as well, or rune level. There it is. The shackle works by... Oh, you know what? Oh. Shit, dude. There's actually another thing I kind of wanted here that I forgot about. I wanted the... Maybe I can sell some stuff. I wanted the stamina regen, like the turtlenecks here. Yeah, the way the shackle works is the shackles, for whatever reason, interact with the light pillars. And like the trap pillars that are in all those catacombs and stuff. And so the intended way of breaking those chariots is by, you know, going through the dungeon, moving that light pillar so that it spawns another chariot, which then collides with the other ones. Okay, we only need 800. Okay, we should be able to hit it, I think. We should only need one. There we go. And so, yeah, so that's how it works, basically. We're interacting with it with the shackle, because for whatever reason they interact with it, and... yeah, that's how it works. It is surprising that that didn't get patched, but I'm grateful for it, because it would be very annoying if it was not patched. Even just in other dungeons, right? It's so useful to have that. But no, I would assume it's probably not intentional. I can't forget the Tree Sentinel helm and gear. Gonna rebuff here. Ah, we get this RNG. Okay, gotta keep in mind the wall is pretty close here. Bro, what a fucker, dude. What a shitter, boss. There we go, man. That was genuinely a harder Elden Beast fight than most of the Master Run fights we got, because there's just such a terrible combination of Elden stars with the flying attack and the mid-roll and all this nonsense combining together, dude.
Oh my god!
What a disaster.
Dude,
We got it. There it is, dude.
Shit.
We did it.
That is so shit. That is such a garbage.
Under 4 hours as well.
Oh my god.
340.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Observe the bald head. Take it in. Final moments of the bald head.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
There we go, dude. Yeah, tough Elden Beast. The rest of the run was pretty clean, except for that Millennia, too. The Millennia was pretty bad.
Dude, that's so shit.
What else, dude? I mean, I'm sure there was other stuff that was bad.
That is such a garbage.
But at least we did it, dude.
Oh my god.
At least we did it. Yeah, the reroute paid off, man. Well, it wasn't really a reroute, but figuring out that other strat. I'm a little tired, you guys. Usually, I don't stream for 10.5 hours. But I could not be stopped today, dude. Yeah, I know he did the Maddest ending. Who cares, dude? Who cares? I don't want to go kill Sewer Moog. Too late anyways.
I'll give you the best nut ever.
Yeah, really fun run to do, though, man. With, like, honestly, such a sick build. I definitely could have used with some more practice on some of these other fights, though, to be 100% confident on all the punishes. But, it worked out, I guess. Yeah, what a tough Elden Beast fight, man. That fight can be scripted. Like, most of the time, that fight's scripted. The only way it's not is if he does exactly what he did there and swim at that weird angle. That's the only way it's not. Every other RNG it is, because if he, you know, if he swims away on the normal path, then we get a jump R2, we stun him, and then we riposte him, and then he does rings and we just kill him before Elden stars. In other cases where he doesn't swim and goes into other attacks, we just get 2 jump L1s and he stuns, and then we kill him outright. It's only on that particular RNG where it becomes a real boss, and he just gave me such, like, such garbage attacks. But yeah, it was well played, dude. Surely my character looks like Asmongold, right? Surely. My default male character with just a bald head. But there we go, man. I am tired. Yeah, so I guess what we'll do next is we'll do probably some more run requests, right? We got a bunch of run requests to do, and I've been putting them off. So we'll go back to like the Mogwin, Sacred Spear, all remembrances no hit, and a bunch of any % runs too. And then the Master Run, I think, is the plan after that. We might do another one of these, you know, quote unquote celebrity no hit runs. We can maybe have some sort of vote on who it should be. I don't really want to be spoiled on other people's builds, because I think part of the fun is watching their build and seeing what they use for the first time without knowing beforehand. But yeah, dude, there it is. Yeah, we started off easy kind of with this one. This was a really strong build. I honestly, I would be shocked if anybody else had a build as good as this one on their first playthrough. Because, yeah, I mean, this build is broken as hell, dude, so yeah, man. And you know what's great, too? We ended up getting the run using the Great Jar's Arsenal, so that's nice. So we actually did end up getting the run with getting that. Now, I was very close to removing the RNG on the opening section of the run and just getting the Arsenal Charm +1, but I didn't want to because that's not what Asmon used. So there it is, man. There it is. Does my character have red eyes? I guess that's brown. Kinda. Anyways, yeah, GG, guys. I gotta go to sleep, man. I'm a little tired. I've also been streaming a lot lately. You know, we had a 14 or whatever hour stream the other day.